Chapter 141. Right after Human warned and left, Alan returned to his room for a brief rest. So that Rickrichammer, or whatever it's called, was it big? All of a sudden, the soldiers back from the expedition have been making a huge fuss. I keep hearing them talk about it. Evan asked. HMPH, it was just a giant-sized weakling. But the one who responded was Alan. It was Basilira. How is it out here? Don't point at me, you lowly human. Basilira snapped at the finger pointed toward it. It complained about being too bored, stuck inside the ring, so I made it so it can come out freely. That was possible. If you connect a trace of magic to the ring slot, as it said, it can come and go as it pleases. Ha, that's right, now I am a free spirit. Basilira curled its body and opened its mouth wide. As always, it was no larger than 30 cm and just looked cute. Anyway, Rickrichammer was bigger than Basilira. Really? Yes. Then this snakehead could have been killed in one hit. Evan smirked as if teasing. The small snake became enraged at his words. What nonsense! If I had manifested fully, I could have shredded that thing into pieces. Yeah, sure. Don't underestimate me, human. You even lost to me in a card game. You barely won 1 out of 30 rounds, and now you're talking big. HMPH, the final victor is the true winner. The two started bickering again as soon as they met. Are they getting along or not? Meanwhile, the small creature on Alan's chest, Blackie, emerged from his coat and curiously stared at Basilira. Noticing the gaze, Basilira sneered. HMPH, a little brat like you still reeking of milk dares to look up at me. With a growling sound, Basilira roared. However, Blackie simply tilted its head once. Smack. Meow. It struck the spectral form of Basilira, sending it flying. Basilira crashed to the ground like a toy, rolling about. Oh, finally I have an attack option. Evan lifted Blackie as if he had found a great weapon. But, screech! The little kitten suddenly revealed glowing red eyes, letting out a terrifying screech. Evan, who had been grinning, immediately put Blackie down. Witnessing all this, Alan muttered, "What a mess." He summed up the triangular relationship simply. While Alan's party was spending their peculiar but cozy time together, in a guest room near the border, two individuals were facing each other. On one side was Cardinal Yusha of the Holy Kingdom, and on the other was Human, the Saint of the Holy Kingdom. "Your Holiness, you said you had business with me. What is it?" Yusha smiled lightly, while Human, with a hardened expression, got straight to the point. "Cardinal Yusha, did you visit the border a month ago?" The question was dry and interrogative, devoid of any pleasantries. Yet Yusha's smile did not waver. "Why are you suddenly asking me that? I heard rumors of you being seen in the Northern Canyon region a month ago." It was just a rumor, but Human hadn't come to Yusha based on mere hearsay. "Cardinal Yusha, you were in Caliban about a month ago, weren't you?" "Yes, that's correct. I was scheduled to attend the kingdom banquet." "No, that's incorrect. The banquet was originally meant for Cardinal Sergius, but you suddenly altered the schedule to attend, didn't you?" Yusha did not respond. She simply gazed at Human with a faint smile, as if inviting him to continue. Human calmly pressed on. "I heard that after arriving in Caliban, you disappeared for about 3 days. I did inform the priest that I was going to spread Cyrenia's teachings in another village." "I know, and the village you visited, Pagani, is about a day's journey from Caliban. It's known for its cheese, a specialty that visitors are always encouraged to try. A very hospitable place." "Is that so? Did you have some cheese?" "Of course." Yusha answered immediately with a smile. However, Yuman's expression grew colder. That's unfortunate, because what I just said was a lie. Pagani's specialty is indeed cheese, but unfortunately, no cheese was made this year. And there's none left in storage either, because Pagani's food warehouse burned down in an accident months ago. In short, Cardinal Yusha, you couldn't have eaten any cheese. Yuman stared intently at Yusha and bluntly declared, Cardinal Yusha, you were in the canyon, weren't you? Perhaps. Even when Yuman struck the nail on the head. Yusha continued to smile without the slightest sign of fluster. In fact, she seemed to find the situation amusing, her smile deepening, to the point where Yuman felt disconcerted. His voice grew colder. If you don't intend to answer, then I'll change the question. What are you planning to do with Marquis Palacio? What scheme are you working on? Is that what you want to know? Yes. Why? Because he is already a man who has endured many trials. You cannot treat him recklessly or thoughtlessly. For the first time, a faint curiosity flashed in Yusha's eyes. It was fleeting, so brief that even Yuman failed to notice. But soon after, she quickly masked it, gently brushing her lips with her fingertips. Perhaps you and I are looking at the same thing. What did you just say? You said you wanted to know what I'm planning for my lord, didn't you? It's simple. I want to make him into something greater. Yes, just that. Something greater. Yes, something greater. He is already great. Well, is he really? Her melodious laughter echoed in the room. I agree with you, but it's not enough. He will become even greater. No, he must become greater, more, much more. Yuman involuntarily shuddered. He was sure the person before him was Cardinal Yusha. There was no surge of magic or divine power, no visible change. Nothing had changed, yet his entire body trembled. Because in Yusha's eyes, madness gleamed vividly. Staring into her eyes, Yuman was certain. They couldn't possibly be looking at the same thing. She was dangerous. Fleeting thoughts raced through Yuman's mind. How could he separate her from the Marquis? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't come up with a way. Or rather, he thought of a few methods, but couldn't predict how Cardinal Yusha would respond if it came to that. Therefore, I won't let you manipulate Marquis Palacio as you please. Yuman declared firmly to Yusha, but even that. Please do so, Your Holiness. The more you do, the more it will benefit my lord as well. Yusha responded softly. For a moment, their gazes locked. A mixture of unreadable emotions and determination filled the air. Meanwhile, back with Elan. Tap. Ack, please, please stop. Have mercy. That's it, Blackie. Crush that stupid snakehead. Elan stared blankly at the one-sided sparring between Basilira and Blackie, thinking to himself, should I eat some sweet potatoes? About a day later, as Elan debated whether to head to Lartania or return to the Marquis estate, at an auction house in Marquis Palacio's estate. Ha 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 tilde. Election, once the famed appraiser, now the owner of the auction house, let out a boisterous laugh in his office. Despite sleeping barely 4 hours a day, he couldn't help but revel in his current life. The reason, money. Election was earning so much that it felt like he was reliving his golden days in the backstreets of Raxus. To put it in perspective, he had already recouped every penny he had grudgingly invested thanks to Satan's menacing glare. And that wasn't all. Running the auction house under Marquis Palacio's name had brought him a slew of goodwill and connections. All without lifting a finger. Simply opening the auction house in the Marquis estate was enough for people to assume he had ties to the Marquis, earning him not goodwill. No. Ha ha ha. He was being bribed. Clink clink. Election repeatedly dipped his hands into the two boxes on his desk. The boxes brimmed with valuable items. He lifted them up and let them fall back with a soft clatter. Just looking at it filled him with joy. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that the grueling months of hard work were finally paying off. The fact that this wealth came from someone else's status made it all the sweeter. It was free money, unearned, like stumbling upon a fortune. While he was basking in this euphoria, knock knock tilde. A knock sounded at his office door, and he responded cheerfully. Come in. But the moment he saw who walked in, he froze. Oh my! A man stepped in leisurely. You've certainly been enjoying the fruits of your labor. What? It was someone who should not have been here. Raiden. Yes, that's me. The pirate king of Raxus, Raiden, greeted him with a sly smile. For a brief moment, Alexion gaped in disbelief, before he could even ask how Raiden got here. So, you've been enjoying a lot of bribes, haven't you? Raiden's words cut through the silence. Alexion stammered. Ah well, you see, this was all meant for you. Is that so? Ha ha ha, of course. Since these goods came through the Marquis status, it's only natural to share some of it with you. Alexion tried to slyly create an opening. But some of it. Ah ha ha ha, no, more than half. I mean, I did put in some effort too, so. You think you need the rest? At Raiden's next words. No. Then, I'll give it all to you. Alexion nodded obediently. And then, that's the right choice. Raiden nodded along with him. Watching Raiden, Alexion cursed inwardly. This damn sea bass. But outwardly, could I get a cup of coffee? Of course, I'll get it right away. He hurriedly bowed his head and forced a grin full of desperation to survive. Chapter 142. After pondering for an entire day, Alon decided to return to the Marquisate first. This was because he could visit Lartania on the way to the colony after stopping by the Marquisate. Are you leaving, my lord? Yes. As soon as Alon began preparing to leave, Yusha appeared as if she'd been waiting and asked, You're not leaving the Holy Kingdom yet? No, even though we've dealt with that monstrosity, additional measures are needed for the collapsed walls. Alon nodded while looking at the temporarily repaired walls visible behind her. Oh, my lord. What is it? Could you give me the item you brought out last time? The item I brought out last time. The one you retrieved from inside Rickrakammer. Would that be possible? Alon hesitated momentarily at Yusha's request. I could give it to you, but what do you plan to do with it? I'm going to purify it. Purify? Yes, since it came from inside a monstrosity. Even if it looks harmless, it seems best to perform a purification ritual at the cathedral. Yusha paused, pondering for a moment, then added, If you don't feel like doing it now, it's okay, but please ensure to visit the Holy Kingdom later and have the purification ritual performed. Items like that often appear harmless but can be dangerous. Such things can affect the mental state of their holders, she said, raising her index finger as if she were a teacher herself. Seeing her gesture, Alon understood why she wanted the artifact and felt a small sense of relief. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't know. But Alon knew better. After all, she was destined to become one of the 5 great sins in the future. Not that there's anything to worry about right now. The artifacts of the 5 great sins only function to their full potential if they remain inside the monstrosities guarding them. In other words, the moment Alon removed the artifact from Rickrakammer, it lost its value as an artifact. Evan. Yes. Bring it out. Evan immediately went to the carriage and began rummaging through its contents. Marquis, this is it, but its color seems to have changed since last time. Hadn't it been changing little by little? But it didn't turn this dark before, did it? Evan handed over an object, which was no longer red but had turned pitch black. Alan recalled a scene from the game, when the player timely retrieved an artifact from a monstrosity before a sin could. The sin of pride had flown into a rage. It does seem completely powerless now. Alan stared at the discolored artifact for a moment before handing it to Yusha. Here it is. Thank you, my lord. I'll take it to the Holy Kingdom, have the purification ritual performed, and return it to you immediately. I'd appreciate that. Don't mention it. Yusha smiled brightly. And then, Marquis. Yes, Saint. I will protect you no matter what. Pardon. Before he realized it, Evan had approached him, nodding firmly with a face full of divine resolve. Alan suddenly took a step back, keeping his mouth shut. It's nice of him to think that, but... Feeling somewhat burdened, he hurriedly left. About a week had passed since they departed from the border. It's my victory, Snakehead. You brat, how dare you use tricks? Tricks? Nah, it's just your brain falling short. On a slightly chilly evening, Alan's party gathered around the campfire they had lit for the night. Alan, cooling a hot sweet potato before popping it into his mouth, watched Evan and the little snake engage in their nightly ritual of coming up with new games to compete in. Then his gaze naturally drifted upward. He stared blankly at the stars. Does it look beautiful to you? The voice of the observer echoed faintly in his mind. For some reason, her words often surfaced in his thoughts whenever he gazed at the stars recently. Munch, munch. But he quickly stuffed the rest of the sweet potato into his mouth, brushing aside the memory, and began to focus on the tasks ahead. Eliban will handle it, so I don't need to worry about that. What I need to do next is deal with the other monstrosities holding artifacts and strengthen the necessary magic for it. He recalled the words of the golden dragon, Laenicius. More specifically, what Laenicius had mentioned about magic before Alan left the dragon's lair. I regret to say I don't know much about the magic of mages. The little I do know is that your magic, what's it called again? The language of the physical realm. Aside from that, if there's anything that might help with your magic, it's one thing. Seals. While I don't fully understand how they work, I once heard from an ally that stacking seals could enhance magic. I didn't pay much attention at the time, so my recollection is vague, but apparently, if you know the seals well, it's possible to layer their effects and abilities. That's as far as I know, the Golden Dragon had concluded. During the battle with Rikrikamer, Alan realized he needed to delve deeper into the mechanics of magic. While he had managed to defeat Rikrikamer using game knowledge and strategies, many of the remaining monstrosities didn't have exploitable gimmicks. This meant that future battles would likely not afford him the same overwhelming advantage. Thus, Alan determined that he needed to go beyond merely relying on materialization magic and start exploring magic itself to prepare for a wider range of scenarios. The first step was studying seals, which he had never properly examined before. While pondering over this, Marquis, Evan handed him another sweet potato. It seemed the argument disguised as a game with Basilira had ended, judging by Evan's satisfied expression. Thanks. Don't mention it. Give me one too. No food for losers. Arg, don't be ridiculous, human. I could never lose to a mere human. Basilira wailed, performing a breakdance of despair on the ground. So, yes. What was tonight's game? Seeing Basilira, over-the-top reaction, Alan casually asked Evan, who was calmly biting into a corn cob. Marble flicking. Marble flicking. Yes, the game where you hit marbles to win them. Exactly. Alon glanced down at Basilira. I, this great being, lost to a human, a mere human, over losing a simple marble game. His reaction was beyond dramatic. Alon began to understand why Evan and Basilira found such games so entertaining. As he absent-mindedly moved to pop the sweet potato into his mouth again. Meow. The little black creature perched on his shoulder reached out. He offered it a bite of his sweet potato. Nom nom. The creature eagerly chomped away, as if it had been waiting all along. Watching Blackie adorably squint its eyes in delight at the taste, Alon found himself musing. At least it doesn't sprout a mouth from its stomach like last time. He recalled how startled he'd been when the creature had suddenly grown a mouth on its belly. Arg, wait, stop it, stop, I said. Apparently unimpressed by Basilira's constant wailing, Blackie had already nudged him a few times with its little paw. As so unfair. Eventually, Basilira shrank down, sulking as the night fully settled in. It was a pleasantly cool evening. A few weeks later, Alon finally arrived at the Marquisate of Palacio after nearly 2 months. The estate seemed to have changed significantly during his absence, and with that came a mountain of tasks that awaited him. He also learned that Raiden had visited while he was away, but he didn't have the chance to hear all the details. Rather, he couldn't, because as soon as he arrived, I'm so sorry, ye. Bang! Peenia threw herself to her knees and banged her forehead against the ground in front of him. Inside an office overflowing with paperwork, Alon found himself in a peculiar mood. In front of him sat Peenia Chryson, fidgeting nervously as if she'd committed an unforgivable sin. She couldn't keep her gaze still, her body shifting restlessly in her chair. Did you come alone? No, I came with my brother. Her voice trailed off as her head lowered further, looking like a broken toy robot. Alon decided to cut to the chase. So, care to explain what exactly you did wrong? Well. Peenia cautiously glanced up at Alon but quickly looked away again, her head bowing further. Alon couldn't help but feel like a school bully from his younger days, though, in this case, Peenia seemed very much like the victim, just as he was starting to feel unfairly accused. Well, the thing is, Peenia stammered and began her explanation. After listening to her for a while, Alon finally understood the situation. So that's how it happened. Yes. So, to summarize, Heinkel thought you and I were in some kind of relationship, and in exchange for teaching you magic, you decided to play along with that pretense at the Tower of Magic. Yes, since she was always wandering around in spirit form. And now that you've learned some magic, you've come clean because you figured it was only a matter of time before you got caught. Yes. Peenia nodded nervously, stealing glances at Alon. So that's why the rumors wouldn't die down. Now Alon understood why the gossip had persisted. Watching Peenia squirm, he pondered his next move. What should I do about this? He didn't feel particularly inclined to reprimand her. Though annoying, it hadn't caused him any real harm. After some thought, an idea struck him. A small smirk crossed his lips as he spoke. All right, here what we'll do. Your goal was to learn magic from Heinkel, right? Well, I'd be fine without it, but learning more magic would make me really happy. Peenia's voice trailed off uncertainly. Leaning back in his chair, Alon made his proposal. How about this? Instead of maintaining this uncomfortable rumor, I'll meet Heinkel directly. Wouldn't that be easier for both of us? What, really? Peenia's eyes widened in genuine surprise, sparkling like those of an innocent child. She quickly nodded, looking thrilled. Yes, yes, that would be wonderful. The rumors have been uncomfortable. After all, seeing her so overjoyed left Alon feeling oddly conflicted. The rumors had been a nuisance, but watching her react so enthusiastically made him feel as if he were the one at fault. However, I have a favor to ask in return. Suppressing his mixed feelings, Alon got to the point. A favor? What kind of favor? In response to her question, Alon smiled and stated his objective. I'd like your help with my magic research. Magic research? Yes, it might be a bit unfamiliar, but can you do it? The timing was perfect. She'll be a great help for the research. Peenia Chryson was undeniably eccentric, but her magical prowess was genuine. Even now, she was steadily transitioning from the 7th circle to the 8th. If it's something like that, I'll do it. Peenia enthusiastically agreed, and both seemed satisfied with the outcome. However, Peenia was blissfully unaware. She had no idea that the so-called research would entail grueling, relentless labor under the guise of exploration. It wasn't until a week later that she realized the truth. At the same time, Hidden was at Deus's mansion in Caliban to discuss matters related to the latest decree. However, the topic he broached first had nothing to do with that. It couldn't. The reason was Lord First Moon. Yes, what is it? That. Hidden pointed toward the massive statue standing in the center of Deus's garden, visible through the window. It was strikingly similar, no, identical to the one from the Merculean estate. As Hidden turned his gaze to Deus, the latter, wearing an intensely serious expression, said, Well, you see. Yes. I went to the Merculean estate and met Filion. I see. He's a wonderful fellow. We had such engaging conversations about him, nearly 3 days straight. I'm glad to hear that. Yes. But what does that have to do with the statue out there? At Hidden's pointed question, Deus averted his eyes slightly. Well, Filion offered to gift me the statue. Are you sure you didn't purchase it? It felt a bit improper to just accept it outright. From what I've heard, you spent quite a substantial sum, though. Deus hesitated, fumbling for words before finally admitting. It was to ensure narrative consistency. Narrative consistency. Yes, Yusha mentioned the need for consistency, so I thought forming some sort of territorial alliance with the Merculean estate would. You don't have a territory. With that single statement, Hidden utterly demolished Deus's reasoning, or lack thereof. Anyway, that's the gist of it. I see, that's the gist of it. Yes. Hidden thought to himself. This is nonsense. I'll report this to Lord Red Moon. To which Deus responded. Could you not report it? It's going to get out eventually. If you report it, I'll have 3 months. If you don't, I'll have 6 months. Watching Deus's childlike expression, as he clung to the idea of keeping his precious toy for just 3 more months, Hidden quietly held his tongue. Chapter 143. The space was alien. The sky was dark and murky, despite it being broad daylight. The ground below wasn't ordinary terrain. It was as hard as the earth, yet composed of an unyielding, jagged shell that did not scatter. Atop this enigmatic terrain stood a temple. Not an ordinary one, but a lofty temple built of black bricks that harmonized with the dark sky. And inside it, there were 2 figures. Their appearances couldn't be clearly discerned. Seated across from each other at a black round table in the center of the temple, the 2 figures concealed themselves with robes, as if to hide their identities. The one difference between them was that one figure was wrapped in bandages even underneath the robe, while the other revealed human-like lips beneath the shadow of the robe. In this state, the first to break the silence was I can't tell how much longer we'll have to keep doing this. The figure with visible lips. His voice carried an air of dissatisfaction, as if discontent with the situation. Look here, Wrath. Isn't this a waste of time? Let's just finish this already. Honestly, we don't even need them to come. We could handle this ourselves. His tone was relaxed yet bored, and beneath that lay a tinge of impatience. To this, the other figure who had been silent responded. What exactly do you think we can do, Pride? Wrath's voice was different from Pride's. While Pride's voice was distinctly male, Wrath was not. It was a distorted voice, unrecognizable as belonging to a man, woman, elder, or child. Yet Pride continued the conversation as if unbothered. What else? Annihilation. Honestly, if we apostles all took action, it'd be over in no time. The fools out there think they're strong, but they're just complacent weaklings. Wrath, who had been silently watching Pride's savage smile beneath his robe, finally replied. There are those who might not be so weak. You're not suggesting we, who were empowered by the great original sins, would fall to them, are you? Pride, our task is merely to fulfill our duties. Ha, and what duty would that be? Just sitting around like this forever. How much longer are we going to keep doing this? All we've done is sow the seeds, and thanks to that strange barrier that disappeared recently, we've essentially been waiting for over 10 years. Letting out a sigh of frustration, Pride rose from his seat. Where are you going, Pride? Where do you think? If none of you will act, I will. I don't recall giving you permission. Wrath's retort stopped Pride. The sinister smile he had worn moments before disappeared. In the next moment, Pride stood right before Wrath. At the same time, a chilling black lightning bolt struck down from the sky. The black electricity split into dozens, even hundreds of strands, halting just above Wrath's head. That wasn't all. The once intact black temple crumbled into ruins in an instant, destroyed by Pride's sin. Suddenly, Pride was standing atop the round table, extending his hand toward Wrath's face, crackling with lightning. I don't believe you've ever been my superior, Wrath. A chilling expression, an icy voice. But Wrath offered no reply. They merely looked up at Pride. After holding the standoff for a while, Pride eventually withdrew his lightning and turned away. Where are you going? Wrath asked calmly. In response, Pride returned to his nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had happened. Since none of you are acting, I'll do it. I don't know what the other apostles, including you, are thinking, but I'm eager to meet him. So Tilda. He smirked. I'm going to retrieve the seeds. Walking confidently out of the temple, Pride removed his hood. The moment he did, his silver-gray hair and a pair of ears peeking through were revealed. So Tilda. Heading toward the temple's exterior, he slowly stroked his chin. Has it been 10 years? No, 12 years. Muttering to himself, he let out a small laugh. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Let's see how well the seeds, or rather my sibling, has grown, shall we? As he muttered to himself, he vanished, with a single streak of black lightning left in his wake. It had been about 3 weeks since making the peculiar contract with Penia Chryson. Oh, judging by the way this mana array changes shape, it seems to bend this way. Which means it's amplification. I see. Alan was in a very good mood. The magical research he was conducting with Penia was going exceedingly well. In fact, it was going far beyond just well. Then this. Oh, looking at the array transforming into a decomposition structure, it seems more like reduction rather than amplification. Intentionally reducing its power. Yes, however, the molecular structure of the mana is intertwined. To be precise, it seems like a hook structure. In this case, even spells that normally cannot be used in combination might be partially possible. It was proving to be far more valuable than his solo magical research. Thanks to this, Alon had spent nearly 5 hours today on magical experiments and discussions. That's enough for today. Oh yes. Watching Penia nod enthusiastically, Alon couldn't help but reflect. Who would call her a person with a ruined personality? Just as he was reevaluating her character. Sister, what is it? Well, the magical reagents en route here were stolen by bandits. What? Those damn bandits again, Tilda. The moment her brother Felon delivered the report, Penia let out a piercing scream, making Alon quickly reconsider his thoughts. That seems accurate after all. Marquis. Yes. Pardon me, but may I leave the Marquis estate for a day or so? Penia asked nervously, as if she were seeking a tremendous favor. Alon nodded lightly. I don't mind. Oh, really? I just heard that bandits have stolen the magical reagents coming here, so I thought I'd. Despite Alon's casual response, she began explaining herself in detail. Though he thought they had developed a degree of camaraderie through their magical research, she still struggled to make such simple requests. Alon felt slightly awkward. Go ahead, and for the record, you don't need my permission to leave. Oh, really? I thought for sure I needed to. Penia hesitated, fidgeting as if unsure. Alon once again felt like a criminal forcing someone into labor somewhere in Southeast Asia. That's not the case, so just go. Oh, yes. With that, Penia grabbed Felon by the scruff of the neck and strode out. Why me? Felon's strangely sorrowful voice echoed, but he was helplessly dragged away by Penia and soon disappeared. A moment later. Marquis. Yes. Well, it seems like you finished a bit earlier today. That's because today was a wrap-up session. After replying to Evan, Alon looked down at the papers in front of him. The stack of papers was filled with numerous seals. Among them were seals Alon had known, those discovered during his research with Penia, and additional seals with their abilities, arrays, and applications. Wow, you accomplished all of this in just 3 weeks. Yes. That's an incredible amount. Evan's jaw dropped. Alon shrugged. It's not done yet. With all this, it's still not done. Yes. He looked down at the papers again. Over the past 3 weeks, he had confirmed the mana flow paths and mana arrays associated with the seals. But the more significant realization was something else entirely. It was the structural transformation of mana molecules according to the seals. He had grasped the first substantial clue regarding multi-seals. Until now, if more than one seal was applied to a single spell, it often failed to manifest or resulted in the spell breaking entirely. This was the case even when Alon began exploring seals in earnest after hearing from Lainisius that it might be possible to use multiple seals. However, recently, Alon had discovered a very small but significant clue. There existed seals that naturally complemented each other due to the way mana-binding structures changed with each seal. These paired seals formed a completely different structure when combined. There's still a lot to do. Despite the indifferent tone of his voice, his gaze, filled with satisfaction, swept over his research journal. He hadn't understood before why wizards in novels willingly ventured into hellish situations just to obtain a single research journal. Now he felt he understood. By the way, Marquis, aren't you leaving soon? It was Evan's voice that interrupted his thoughts. Where to? To Lartania. Didn't you mention visiting there? And you said you'd also stop by Colony. Ah, that's right. You even sent letters about it. Alon nodded to himself, recalling the memory. Indeed, when he first began his research with Penia, He'd sent letters to Rhine and Sialrang, promising to visit soon. Realizing this now, he murmured, "They've probably arrived by now. Then we should prepare to leave. I'll finish this first and prepare tasks for Peenia to handle." With a wistful look at the magic journal in his hand, he added, "We'll leave in 2 days." Understood. The desert city of Colony. Unlike the bustling streets, always filled with the excitement of the Colosseum, Sialrang's office was quiet. When not training guild members, Sialrang typically spent her time sleeping unless there was something pressing to do. This pattern had never deviated before. Which is why Lime, the golden-maned assistant and secretary to Sialrang, found her current demeanor unusual. The usually languid guild leader was unusually animated after receiving a certain letter. "Guild Master, you seem excited." "Of course. May I ask what's making you so happy?" Lime was curious. What kind of letter was she clutching so dearly, ears perked with enthusiasm? At Lime's question, Sialrang glanced at the letter in her hand and then replied, "It's time to hear the answer." "An answer?" "Yes, my master promised to answer 2 years ago." A radiant smile spread across her face. Lime, now even more bewildered by the cryptic answer that lacked all context, watched as Sialrang swayed her golden tail enthusiastically. "Hope they arrive soon, Tilda." Sialrang chuckled softly, the excitement clear in her voice. Chapter 144. Luxable is a small duchy bordering the mystical jungle of Ranavelli, comprising only a handful of estates. Although called a duchy, its power was vastly inferior compared to other member states of the Allied kingdoms. But that wasn't all. Most of the funds required to run the Luxable duchy came from a single place, Castle Lot, located on the border of the mystical jungle Ranavelli. Although the taxes from that region were substantial, they weren't enough to fulfill the grand ambitions of Luxable's 7th king, Pammelono. Pammelono harbored even greater aspirations than his father, the 6th king. He dreamed of transforming his duchy into a magnificent, independent nation comparable to other kingdoms. In theory, it wasn't impossible. As part of the Allied kingdoms, wars between territories or nations were prohibited, meaning expanding land through war wasn't an option. However, purchasing land with money was allowed. If more land was truly necessary, they could move south. The southern regions were home to the territories of non-human races that didn't belong to the Allied kingdoms. Regrettably, in reality, such dreams were almost unattainable. Acquiring land required an astronomical amount of money. The funds needed were so immense that the duchy's treasury would likely be emptied, leading to its dissolution. Another option was waging war against the non-human races to seize territory. However, those races were far from easy prey for the modest forces of a small duchy. In fact, the United Kingdom tolerated the existence of non-human territories, unlike the barbarian invaders who encroached on the inland regions, for that very reason. Above all, the primary reason why the 7th king's ambitions could only remain aspirations was corruption. Yes, corruption. Regrettably, even the few estates under Luxable's control were deeply corrupt. How corrupt, you ask? One telling example was that the forces of the Grand Dukes far outnumbered the royal army. Thus, from the moment he ascended as a puppet king, he agonized over how to overcome this hopeless situation. After much deliberation, an opportunity came to him. A deal with the devil. No, calling it a deal with the devil wasn't entirely accurate. The proposal came from humans, not demons. Yet he referred to it as a pact with the devil because their offer was so irresistibly sweet. Even more enticing was the fact that it came at no apparent cost to him. If things remained as they were, He was certain to follow in his father's footsteps, forced into marriage, producing heirs, and ultimately facing the threat of assassination. The quintessential life of a puppet king. Deciding he had nothing to lose, he accepted their offer. He didn't have high expectations. It was practically his last act of desperation. But today, thud, Pamalono received the results. Next, he stared blankly downward. Below there were heads, not of old men, but, in Pamalono's eyes, of pigs deserving nothing less than to be torn apart. The heads of Grand Duke Lichforden and Grand Duke Boffer. Pamalono raised his gaze. There stood a girl, clad in white leather, holding a bloodied spear. Is it real? You can confirm it for yourself. It's right before your eyes. The quick-witted Siakle swung her spear, lightly nudging the two heads, prompting Pamalono to gulp. There's no need to go that far. Is that so? Yes, I could never forget the faces of those bastards, even in my dreams. That's good to hear. Oh, and just so you know, I've also dealt with their soldiers, so no need to worry. Is that true? There's no need for me to lie. I see. The girl's voice was emotionless. Pamalono let out a deep sigh and stared intently at the rolling heads. Very well, since I've obtained what I desired, I shall pay the price. Wasn't it 2 requests? State them. As he spoke, his expression tensed. When the girl had first made her proposal, Pamalono hadn't given much thought to the price. He hadn't believed she could actually kill the 2 Grand Dukes. But now it was reality. Thus, he steeled himself to pay whatever price she demanded. I would like land for my people to live on. You're asking for territory. It doesn't have to be much. Half of the land where I dealt with those pigs would suffice. I agree. The first request wasn't as exorbitant as he had feared. Pamalono felt a little bewildered, but only briefly. The second request is the most important. A speaker. At her next words, he tensed again. Make our God your state religion. A God, you say? Yes, declare our God as the state religion and erect statues of it throughout the territory. Those are the 2 conditions. The 7th king responded. That is not difficult. Good to hear. Of course, the presence of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario made him cautious, but Luxable was a place the Holy Kingdom had abandoned long ago. It meant there would be no issue, even if he didn't uphold Sirenia as the state religion. Pamalono nodded, and the girl, or rather Swift Siakle, gestured lightly towards somewhere. Soon another girl, Janira Ganatana, emerged from the shadows and handed a statue to Pamalono. What is this? It's the statue of the god we worship. The statue depicted the figure of a man, with his face obscured by shadows. Clad in a dark coat billowing in the wind, he held lightning in one hand. What is the name of this god? As Pamalono gazed at the statue, he posed his question. This is the only god of our Thunder Serpent clan, our savior. Janira, as if she had been waiting for this moment, smiled with her eyes and declared, the lightning bearer Kalanin. Her gaze carried a faint trace of fanaticism. Penia Chryson had been unusually cheerful lately. Although there were moments when she wasn't, most of the time she was. This was because she had unexpectedly received an excellent proposal from the Marquis house when she went there, fearing her life might be in danger. In exchange for assisting Marquis Palacio's magical research, she would be allowed to learn magic from Heinkel without having to hide their relationship. For her, this was an ideal situation with nothing to lose. Of course, she would have to assist with the Marquis' potentially endless magical research, but that wasn't a significant issue. The crucial point was that she could now learn magic from Heinkel without any complications. This was incredibly important to her. Even though she found the Marquis' presence slightly intimidating, his magical research was quite fascinating. His magic was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Since Alon's magic didn't adhere to conventional hierarchies, it naturally piqued the curiosity of Pina, a magic enthusiast. For a time, she found herself genuinely enjoying the magical research. At some point, she even became able to make eye contact with the gaze lingering behind the Marquis. Of course, the research period wasn't very long. The subject of research the Marquis requested Pina to assist with was unfortunately usable only by him. Despite his superior magical aptitude, Pina wondered why Marquis Palacio sought her help with his research. She briefly felt puzzled, but soon brushed off the thought. She had decided not to question the Marquis more than necessary. What mattered to her was learning magic from Heinkel and satisfying her curiosity through assisting the Marquis. In any case, her life had been quite satisfying recently. That is, until the Marquis left a few days ago, saying he had some business to attend to. Yikes! Pina let out a scream. The chilling wail startled Felon, who was timidly flipping through a journal nearby, causing him to hold his breath unconsciously. But Pina, as if oblivious to her surroundings, stared at the journal with bloodshot eyes. It detailed Alon's latest findings in this research: how cause, monodistribution structures, and molecular arrangements transformed based on their interactions. How in the world? Pina's hands trembled as she held the thick stack of papers. Am I supposed to do all this? She let out another piercing scream and recalled the conversation she had with Alon a few days earlier. Deputy, I'm leaving this to you. Exactly what am I supposed to do? From the research so far, we've learned that when mana's molecular structure combines, it changes into a new form, right? Yes, that's true. While I'm gone, please organize it briefly. All of this. Yes, it's not that much, is it? No, but you don't want to. It wasn't a conversation. It was like a devil in the guise of a kind professor, mercilessly overworking a poor student. Pina closed her eyes tightly and let out a sigh. At last, she realized why he had asked for her help with his research. Was it because of this? With the molecular structure principles already partly understood, all that remained was finding possible combinations, a task that involved brute force. In other words, this wasn't research anymore but sheer labor, and exhausting labor at that. Thus, Marquis Palacio, you miserable. She swallowed the rest of her curse silently. Ugh! She let out a strange groan and slammed her head onto the desk. Pina lay sprawled, motionless for a while. After a brief, erratic tremor of her shoulders, as if she had lost her sanity, she murmured, I'll do it. I'll get it done no matter what. Her bloodshot eyes gleamed as she continued. I'll finish this, no matter what, and learn magic from Heinkel, no matter what. She gritted her teeth, spreading her mana. I'll do it, I can do it. Armed with over 5 pens like weapons, she began furiously scribbling on the papers. Witnessing this frenzy, Pelin cautiously curled up, trying to stay out of her way. At that moment, I wonder if she's doing well. Alon, munching on a sweet potato, briefly thought of Pina. Well, organizing it shouldn't be that difficult. He had entrusted her with organizing the molecular structures. Once the first-level arrangements are sorted, it'll be quicker to implement and connect them directly. Unaware that Pina was already working on second and even third-level arrangements, Alon casually took another bite of his sweet potato. Just then, Marquis. Yes, what is it? I've heard some rather curious news. Curious news? Evan brought up a new topic. Yes, apparently, Lady Rhine is now the only senior council member left. Why is that? I don't know why, but apparently, there's been a string of unfortunate incidents where all senior council members die upon taking office. As a result, Lady Rhine is the only one currently continuing in the position. That's really strange. Right, I think so too. A brief silence. It couldn't be right. Alon's murmuring broke the quiet. Evan pondered for a moment about what he meant, then quickly laughed. Oh, come on, there's no way. That'd be too obvious, wouldn't it? Yes, I suppose you're right. With such an exchange, they endured the week until they arrived in Lartania. Upon reaching the city, Alon met Rhine. You're here, Godfather. It's been a while. Please come inside first. It's starting to get warm outside. The two entered the office together. Oh, Godfather, your birthday is on September 20th, correct? As soon as the door closed, Rhine, with a calm expression, asked the question out of the blue. That's right, why do you ask? Oh, I've been preparing a gift. A gift? A faint smile appeared on her lips as she said, Yes, I hope you'll like it. She then turned her gaze toward the Lord's castle of Lartania. Chapter 145. Look forward to the gift. Really? Yes. Then I'll try to expect something. Please do. Watching Rhine smile subtly, Evan, standing next to Alon, whispered softly. Marquis, you're lucky, aren't you? Lucky. Didn't you seem a little disappointed last time when you didn't get a birthday gift? I wasn't really. Alon replied calmly. But Evan wasn't entirely wrong. In truth, it did sting a little. If I hadn't heard about it, I wouldn't have expected anything in the first place. Of course, he didn't intend to blame Rhine for saying she would give him a gift back then. A birthday gift depends on the giver's feelings, and it would be ridiculous for the recipient to demand one. At that moment, you were looking forward to it, weren't you? Don't mind him, Evan is just talking nonsense. Rhine let out a small chuckle. Don't worry, Godfather. This year I'll definitely give you a gift. After a light-hearted exchange, Alon finally got to the real reason he had come. Rhine, I read the letter you sent. Do you have any additional information about the Shadow Dragon? Rhine's gaze shifted to Blackie, nestled in the breast pocket of Alon's coat. That's the Shadow Dragon, right? Yes. Tilda. After pondering for a moment, Rhine slowly began to speak. After you asked about the Shadow Dragon, I did some additional research. But honestly, I couldn't find much more from the resources I had access to. Is that so? Rhine's answer left Alon with a peculiar expression. As I suspected from her letter, the Shadow Dragon appears to be an even more dangerous existence than I thought. The reason he sought Rhine's knowledge on the Shadow Dragon, since obtaining its egg, was simple. He knew about the library inside Rhine's mind. That library contained almost all information, excluding things deemed unknowable. In fact, even information about the unknowable existed in the restricted section of her mental library. However, those records were sealed, and Rhine couldn't access them due to the constraints of the library's rules. Of course, Alon knew how to unlock the restricted section, but he had no intention of allowing that, for it required accepting the asterisk 5 deadly sins. As Alon recalled this fact, Rhine added, Still, I did manage to uncover a little information. Really? Yes, though I'm not sure how useful it is. She shared the rest of what she had found, and Alon listened silently. After some time, That's all. Ahem. Unconsciously, Alon nodded. As she mentioned earlier, not all the information was immediately useful. However, two notable details emerged. Shadow dragons can ascend to become gods if they fulfill certain conditions as they mature. I'm not entirely sure, but the information I found suggested that, unlike other dragons, shadow dragons can achieve divinity by overcoming their destructive urges and consuming the profane. The first revelation, the Blackie he was raising could potentially become a god. The second revelation, Blackie was unlike other shadow dragons. Unlike the others. Yes, from what I've found, shadow dragons typically cannot change their forms. This remains true even if they regain their rationality. So, normally, they wouldn't be able to take on the shape of a cat like this. You're exactly right. Blackie was unique. Alon stared blankly at Blackie. Meow. The little creature tilted its head innocently. It's hard to wrap my head around it. Of course, he had seen it transform into other forms and attack. But since Blackie always appeared harmless in his presence, the idea of its original form felt foreign. As he watched the black cat for a while, a memory surfaced. Then could it be, when it devoured Rickrichammer, was that part of this process? The thought lingered briefly before Alon exhaled in relief. If Rhine's information was accurate, the shadow dragon simply consumed the profane, meaning Blackie wasn't influenced by the nature of the grotesque entity. Even so, it seems a bit different from other shadow dragons. For now, though, I'll have to be content with what I've learned. Alon patted Blackie's head once before turning to Rhine. Thank you for finding all this information despite the difficulty. Don't mention it. It's a request from you, Godfather. Rhine smiled warmly, and Alon cleared his throat briefly. There was one more thing he wanted to ask. This might be a bit forward, but can I make another request? Of course, what is it? Without the slightest hesitation, Rhine's response gave Alon the courage to proceed. Could you arrange a meeting with Pyrian? Pyrian? Are you referring to the leader of the Count's mercenary corps who settled in Lartania 2 years ago? Yes. Why? Rhine tilted her head curiously. Of course, she had reason to wonder. There had never been any connection between Alon and Pyrian before now. Despite that, the reason Alon sought a meeting with him was that Pyrian possessed something Alon currently needed. Pyrian, the leader of the Count's mercenary corps. A character encountered after progressing through several quests in the labyrinth city of Lartania in Psychedelia. Although he outwardly pretended to be human, he was, in fact, an elf from a southern territory of non-human races. Allegedly, he came to Lartania to search for something. Unfortunately, Alon couldn't recall more details. Pyrian was certainly among the ranks of formidable figures, but he hadn't been central to the player's story. Perhaps he would have become a key character if the DLC was added. However, Alon never played the DLC. While the DLC added new content, it reportedly diminished the main story's enjoyment, so he had avoided it. As a result, Alon's perception of Pyrian was quite simple. Just a character who provided an item essential for playing as a mage. I have something to negotiate with him about. Originally, Alon had intended to meet Pyrian without relying on Rhine. However, he had overlooked one crucial fact. Pyrian was not someone who could be easily met. As a player, Alon had naturally encountered Pyrian while resolving significant events in the labyrinth. It wasn't until he arrived in Lartania that he realized how difficult it was to meet Pyrian, who rarely interacted with others despite being a mercenary. Of course, Rhine casually responded. If you wish, Godfather, I'll arrange a meeting for tomorrow. Can you? With an air of ease, she smiled and replied. Of course, if that's what you want, Godfather. Meanwhile, from beyond the window of Rhine's shop, Murd, Yuna was perched on a tree branch, hiding as she closely observed Alon's face. Tilda, he doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Why is Red Moon so fanatically devoted to him? She even tilted her head slightly in confusion. Her observation of Alan from Murd's office window was purely coincidental. She had come to relay Yusha's message to Rhine, and had just happened to arrive during Alan's visit. As a result, she managed to catch sight of Alan and Rhine together. After observing the two for a while, Yuna recalled Alan's earlier remark. His birthday. A birthday. It wasn't a word that evoked any special emotions for her, but now it seemed oddly significant. This was because she'd overheard that the Great Moon, whom Red Moon worshipped, had been slightly downcast about not receiving a birthday gift. Of course, according to the Knight, the Great Moon had shown no expression whatsoever. Whether the Knight's jest about their close relationship was true or not, Yuna deliberated briefly. Should I report this to the other moons as well? I'll have to visit them all anyway. Soon, she decided to inform the other leaders that the Great Moon might feel slightly disappointed if their birthday isn't celebrated. Perhaps a risky decision. In Alan's mind, the image of Pyrion, leader of the Celt's mercenary corps, was that of a knight with a strong sense of conviction, despite being a mercenary. Outwardly, Pyrion seemed like a knight living a carefree life, but no player saw him that way. Humorously, while his disguise was convincing, his actions didn't align with his appearance. This discrepancy made Pyrion appear as a figure of unwavering conviction, a portrayal not far from the truth. In reality, Pyrion was an elf of the Pagade, a rank slightly higher than Master Knights in Caliban. Having some understanding of Pyrion's background, Alan planned to acquire the desired item through negotiation. Although obtaining the item Pyrion needed required venturing into the labyrinth, which would take a few days, Alan concluded it was worth the time for future benefits. The next day, thanks to Rhine's arrangements, Alan moved forward. I am Pyrion of the Celt's mercenary corps. I am Marquis Palatio of the Kingdom of Asteria. Ah yes, I've heard much about you. I see. Finally, Alan met Pyrion. Contrary to his known image of a knight filled with conviction, Alan encountered a man who seemed visibly timid. Yes, yes, please speak. Pyrion repeatedly glanced around nervously and avoided direct eye contact during their conversation. Noticing this, Alan naturally turned to see where Pyrion's gaze was directed. Is something wrong, Godfather? Oh, it's nothing. Feel free to speak, Godfather. Pyrion has plenty of time today, right, Pyrion? Ah, yes, that's correct. I have a lot of time today. There, Alan saw Rhine smiling. She calmly watched Pyrion, who was nodding vigorously. Suddenly, a rumor Evan mentioned a week ago resurfaced in Alan's mind. A rumor that all senior council members had died, leaving Rhine as the sole survivor. Alan seemed to have inadvertently stumbled upon a truth he didn't necessarily need to know. Chapter 146. Alan cleared his throat and immediately got to the point for Pyrion, who was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. To be direct, I need Lemuel's oath. Lemuel's oath, you mean? Pyrion, who had been looking dejected just a moment ago, now wore a somewhat surprised expression. Such a reaction was understandable. Lemuel's oath was one of the 32 treasures of the elf race, and he had disguised himself as a human, never once revealing it to anyone. In other words, from Pyrion's perspective, it was impossible not to think that Alan knew his true identity. Wait a moment, let me have someone leave. Rhine, sorry, could you step out for a bit? Of course. Rhine bowed her head and quickly exited the room. Once Alan confirmed that the mercenaries who had followed Pyrion had also left, he spoke again. Now that the outsiders are gone, let's have a proper conversation. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. You don't need to deny it so vigorously. When negotiating, it's generally not a good idea to pressure the other party too much. However, Alan was putting unnecessary pressure for two reasons. One was that, without starting this way, it would take a very long time to obtain Lemuel's oath. If approached like a game player, he would have to stay in Lartania for at least a year. The other reason was that he was certain Pirian would accept his offer despite the pressure. Alan watched Pirian, whose expression had turned serious after Rhine left. Of course, I'm not asking for Lemuel's oath without any compensation. Who are you? Pirian's voice was full of suspicion. Alan answered calmly. I don't think it matters much who I am in this situation. As long as what we're giving and receiving is clear, that's all that matters. One thing I can assure you of is that I won't be spreading your true identity around. Let's hear you out. After some hesitation, Pirian slowly nodded. Alan confidently laid out the terms of the negotiation. If you give me Lemuel's oath, I'll tell you the location of the item you're searching for. The item I'm searching for, what do you mean? The blessing of Regane. Pirian's eyes widened in surprise, and his body instinctively twitched. Seeing Pirian react this way, Alan felt a bit confused. It was no surprise that he was startled by the mention of the blessing of Regane. The fact that Pirian was looking for it was something only he and the Queen should have known. Even with that in mind, his reaction is a bit too intense. Well, it's something considered very precious in the game, after all. Anyway, in the original story, Pirian spent a long time searching for the blessing of Regane, but eventually gave up and returned. The reason Alan knew where this difficult-to-find blessing of Regane was located was simple. It was in a secret room on the 42nd floor. It was an item that could be obtained by entering that room, which players always visited during maze farming. Of course, in the game, Alan never gave the blessing to Pirian. Even if Pirian reached the maze quickly to start the quest, he would leave Lartania before the player could clear the 40th floor. Yes, I know it's valuable. Alan stared at Pirian, whose hands were shaking, and continued the conversation. If I tell you where it is, I think it would be a fair exchange. What do you think? Are you saying you know the location of the artifact? Yes, if you agree to the negotiation, I will tell you the location. Are you asking me to trust you with no proof? Let's make it clear. If I give you the location of the blessing, will you agree to the deal? A brief silence. Then Pirian nodded. If the information is true, then I will agree. As expected, the negotiation was successful. Alan smiled inwardly. The location is at the eastern edge of the 42nd floor. There's only one path, so it should be easy for you to find. Once you're inside, look for the switch when you reach the dead end. The dead end and the switch. Yes, the blessing of Regane should be there. I'll take Lemuel's oath after that. Pirian's face showed confusion for a while. What if, even if the information you gave is true, I take the item and run away? That was a natural question, so Alan could answer easily. I don't think you'd break the oath of Pagade. How do you know about Pagade? Well, Pirian was once again greatly surprised. Alan intentionally gave an ambiguous response. How he knew, and he had simply said something he had heard directly while playing the game. Though he considered using a more trusting phrase instead of being vague. He had repeatedly shown how proud Pirian was of Pagade in the game, so Alan chose this approach. It was like telling him not to make a foolish move. Well, even if I didn't say anything, looking at his character in the game, he's not the type to break a promise. Pirian had even nearly died to keep a promise with the protagonist. Alan, recalling that episode, was a bit puzzled. Why is he reacting like this? It wouldn't be strange if he knew about the hidden treasure, the blessing of Regani, and also about Pagade. It will take about a week to confirm. Alan stood up after hearing Pyrion's words. I will wait. With that, he turned his body. A moment later. Did everything go well? Yes, but Rhine. What's wrong, master? Just asking in case, but I heard that you're the only senior member left. Alan suddenly trailed off, but Rhine answered easily. Yes. Could it be you did it on purpose? No, I didn't do it. Really? Yes, why would I go to such lengths? Rhine smiled faintly. Did she mean that she knows what happened but didn't do it, or did she not know from the start? Alan considered asking more, but decided to remain silent. He just thought it would be better to pay a little more attention to Rhine. 5 days after Alan met Pyrion. Thank you. It seems you found it. Yes, I was able to find the blessing of Regani. Alan was able to meet Pyrion again earlier than expected. Pyrion, bowing his head slightly more politely than before. Thank you so much. Pyrion, seemingly wanting to express his gratitude, bent deeply at the waist and then took a ring from his possession and handed it to Alan. The ring looked as if it were made from a plant stem, but was by no means flimsy. Alan quickly recognized that this was the Lemuel's oath as he took the ring and thanked Pyrion. Thank you. May I ask you something? Pyrion asked cautiously. What is it? After hesitating for a moment, Pyrion stared at Alan. How did you know the location of the blessing of Regani? His voice mixed with suspicion and curiosity. Alan paused and looked at Pyrion's hand. In it, Pyrion was holding the dagger, blessing of Regani. That. He couldn't say that he knew, because he encountered it countless times in the game. Let's leave it to your imagination. Alan could only respond like that. Imagination, you say? Yes, understood. Without questioning further, Pyrion bowed his head, and after exchanging a brief farewell, Alan left the room. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen Pyrion bow to anyone. For a brief moment, Alan thought of the clause in the laws of Pagade, where it was forbidden for anyone, other than the queen, to bow to anyone. Seems like the blessing of Regani is that precious. He reached a conclusion without giving it too much thought and began preparing to leave with the ring. Everything he needed to do in Lartania was finished. Hayahata, all the money in this world is mine. Seriously, this is so frustrating. Don't care about that, just give me the money, 5,500 gold coins. As soon as he returned to Murd, Alan informed Basilira and Evan, who had been obsessed with a psychedelic board game for over 3 days, laughing and crying over a single piece of fake money, that he would be leaving soon. Master. Rhine, who had been calling him, made him turn around. What is it? If you're going to the colony, may I come with you? Do you have to go there? Yes, I need to confirm something for a moment. Alan thought for a moment before nodding. The reason he was heading to the colony was twofold. He wanted to meet the Dragonkin at the ruins, but there was also another matter. There was a cursed item in the desert that needed to be dealt with. If Rhine could help, it would be better. The cursed object disposal plan. If Rhine joined, it would certainly be helpful. If you're fine with it, then let's go together. Then I'll prepare. 2 hours later. Alan and his group left Lartania and headed to the colony. At that moment, Pyrion, disguised as a mercenary, silently looked down at the blessing of Regani in his hand. Normally, Pyrion should have been very happy right now. The blessing of Regani was the item he had been searching for even after coming to the human world. And above all, it was an extremely valuable item for the elves. Especially for Pagade. However, the reason his expression was stiff was because of Marquis Palacio. What was that man really? Pirion thought of the Marquis, the man who had nonchalantly told him the location of the blessing. The Marquis was strange in several ways. First, it was odd that Marquis Palacio knew about Pagade at all. Pagade was a secret organization formed by the elves through their bloodline rituals, created solely to protect the World Tree. Only high-ranking nobles, those of high elf status and above, and members of Pagade knew the name of the organization. And the Queen. There was no reason for this name to be spoken outside of those individuals. Most of them were high-ranking nobles who did not leave the World Tree, and Pagade stayed underground to protect its roots. Moreover, there was a restriction that prevented even those few elves from saying the name of Pagade. In other words, that name should never have come from anyone's mouth. Only one person, the original founder of this group and the first elf, Altima. Only he could mention Pagade freely. The one who used the blessing of Regani as a weapon. The first elf and protector of the World Tree. Only he could speak of it. That wasn't the only strange thing. The place where the Marquis had told him about was somewhere the elves had created. The reason Pirion could tell was simple. The space itself was made with the magic circles used by elves and spirit magic. Or more precisely, it was identical to the magic circle used in the Pagade hideout, which allowed Pirion to check who had been there when he arrived. The magic circle stored the user's magical power, and it kept a record of their visit in the form of a guest book until the circle collapsed. Pirion had checked there. No one but him had been there. And then, I hope it gets conveyed well to my younger sibling. It was written in a language only Pagade could understand, as if sending a message to him. In other words, Marquis Palacio knew that Pirion was an elf, knew he was a member of Pagade, and also knew that the blessing of Regani was in that space without ever having entered it. This was an impossible story, no matter how much he thought about it. Unless the first elf, who died in the battle against the Black Ones, had come back to life. It was absolutely impossible. Confused and unable to make sense of it, Pirion thought, I must report this. He decided to withhold judgment. Instead, he would report it to the one who watched over all the elves. And at the same time, to the greatest existence closest to the World Tree, the Great Queen. Chapter 147. The territory of the Luxable Principality, Caslot. Still the same. Reinhardt, one of Caliban's 5 swords, murmured as he observed the ever-bustling scenery of Caslot. Captain, we must move quickly. Ah, right. A woman who stood about 2 heads shorter than Reinhardt, Elise, who also served as the vice-captain of Reinhardt's knights, the Sioran Order, spoke sharply. Please don't run away again. I told you I wouldn't run. You said the same last time and still ran off, didn't you? That was due to circumstances. Regardless, this time, it's absolutely unacceptable. Despite her small stature, she exuded an intimidating aura, firing off words rapidly. Reinhardt scratched his head and replied, Don't worry. No matter how reckless I may seem, I wouldn't disgrace myself as an envoy of Caliban. At least you still have some sense left, thankfully. What do you think I am? If you run off again, I'll have to ask the Solar Knights, Captain, for help. The Solar Knights. At those words, Reinhardt involuntarily frowned. That's a bit much, isn't it? Judging by your expression, that seems accurate. A deep sigh escaped him. Just thinking about that man made Reinhardt's head spin. You know how insane it gets being around him, don't you? If you even mention magic, it's Marquis Palacio this, magic items, Marquis Palacio that, or anything remotely magical. He'll invoke his name and spend an hour extolling his virtues. Please stop talking. I can't help but get more annoyed. That guy has gotten even stronger, and now sparring with him is nearly impossible. As if he were about to burst, Reinhardt pounded his chest. Watching him, Elise nodded. True, even when we were just talking about statues, he suddenly started praising Marquis Palacio. It was shocking. Exactly, I nearly lost my mind too. Still, that's why it's better to send you. If I put it like this, you definitely won't run away. You're really too much. Let's go already. Elise turned on her small heels and walked briskly ahead. Watching her retreating figure, Reinhardt shook his head in resignation and followed her toward the royal castle. It's surprising, though. I didn't expect the king to eliminate those corrupt factions and restore royal authority. I feel the same. I thought he was just an idealistic figurehead, but I heard he struck a deal. A deal? Yes, thanks to that, Luxembourg no longer venerates the Holy Kingdom of Rosario as its state religion. Instead, they worship another deity. Another deity? Reinhardt was puzzled. Well, I don't pray to gods myself, but is that even allowed? Rosario hardly cared about Luxembourg anyway, so they probably won't do much, though they might feel offended. So which deity are they worshipping now? After a brief silence, Elise replied to Reinhardt's question. I think it's someone called Kalanen, the lightning receiver. Kalanen, the lightning receiver. Yes, oh look over there, that's their statue. As they passed through the square, Elise pointed to the center. Following her gaze, Reinhardt saw a towering statue. Hugh! The statue looked oddly familiar to Reinhardt. They say they now worship that deity. That's Kalanen, the lightning receiver. Yes, apparently so. He stopped in his tracks and stared blankly at the statue. The statue depicted a man in a dark coat, grasping lightning, though the face was featureless. Reinhardt instinctively associated it with someone he knew. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. The face was erased, but the figure unmistakably resembled that person. It was Marquis Palacio. And there was only one person who could orchestrate something like this. Elise. Yes. Was the one who made the deal with Luxembourg, Deus Macalian. It could only be that man. No, why would you think that? Wait, no. Then why did you bring it up all of a sudden? Leaving Elise's puzzled expression behind, Reinhardt could only stare at the statue with a perplexed look. What in the world is this? At that moment, Luxembourg changed its state religion. Yes, to Kalanen, the lightning receiver apparently. Can a state religion be changed so easily? I'm not entirely sure, but that's what I heard. On the first night of their desert crossing with the caravan, Alon heard the news from Evan. But I've never heard of a god named Kalanen, the lightning receiver. What kind of deity is that? I've never heard of it either. I think I might have heard of it before. You have? When Alon asked, the small snake nodded. Though it was a long time ago, so I don't remember well. Still, the name isn't entirely unfamiliar. So you don't really know either. Typical snake brain. Evan seized the chance to mock Basilira. You insolent human. Well, you're just a snake. I am a god. Then why can't you beat me? That's because yesterday, luck wasn't on my side. As their conversation shifted to the peculiar board game they'd played the previous night, their voices naturally grew louder. Life sure has gotten noisier these days. Alon mused, feeling oddly nostalgic for the silence of the past. Still, he shrugged. It was better to have some liveliness than to dwell in solitude. Just then, Godfather. Yes. Kalanen, the lightning receiver, seems to be a native deity of the Thunder Serpent tribe. Of the Thunder Serpent tribe? Yes. While riding in the carriage, Rhine shared new information. So, does that mean the Luxable Principality now worships the Thunder Serpent tribe's native god? Based on the story, that seems to be the case. What a strange turn of events. Alan wore a curious expression. Would you like me to look into it further, Godfather? After a brief moment of contemplation, Alan shook his head. No, there's no need for that. Regardless of why Luxable Principality started believing in Kalanen, it wasn't particularly important to him. Understood, Godfather. Rhine immediately accepted his response and handed him something. Here, have this. A sweet potato. Yes, I prepared it in advance for you, Godfather. It was a perfectly cooked sweet potato, peeled just enough at the top for easy eating. Thanks. You're welcome. Rhine smiled sweetly, clearly pleased. As Alan accepted the sweet potato, he couldn't help but feel slightly burdened despite his neutral expression. After all, during their week-long journey, Rhine had been taking care of him with remarkable diligence. Perhaps excessively so. From preparing water for me to wash with as soon as I wake up, to personally making breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even answering any questions I have immediately. Not to mention, if Alan mentioned feeling hot, she would bring out a cooling magic tool. She even managed to cook sweet potatoes over the fire without burning a single spot. It's delicious. Thank you, Godfather. I'm happy you like it. Rhine smiled again, her demeanor warm and cheerful. Yet despite her calling him Godfather, Alan felt as if he were being doted on by an older sister. Please don't hesitate to ask me for anything, Godfather. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Thanks. It's nothing. You're my one and only Godfather after all. As Rhine's voice, melodic like a song, flowed, Alan chewed on the sweet potato. It was still as sweet as ever. A few days later, as Alan continued his desert crossing, he halted the carriage in response to the blaring of an alarm and stepped outside. That's a lot of them. Indeed, there are many. They had encountered a group of desert bandits. It seemed like a substantial number. Looks like a new bandit gang has formed. Bandit gangs naturally form over time, after all. Still, they seem more numerous than the Crimson Sand bandits. Alan scanned the horizon. The cloud of sand forming in the distance didn't bode well. There must be at least several hundred of them. Indeed, even if they eliminated the Crimson Sand bandits, the idea of completely eradicating banditry in such a place was impossible. That thought lingered for only a moment. Why don't you show them, Marquis? Shouldn't you, as the escort, handle this? Come on, how could I take on all of them by myself? You're really doubting yourself now. Well, I'm more of the support type, you know. As Alan pondered what that even meant, he reluctantly prepared to step forward. However, Godfather, I'll handle this. You. Yes, please wait a moment. Rhine, blocking his way with her usual smile, stepped forward. As the bandits came into clearer view, Kiang. Rhine's voice resonated faintly, and above her head, a massive golden eye resembling a hologram appeared. A haloed, radiant eye. And then, a short, piercing sound accompanied a golden cylindrical beam shooting out. The beam split into dozens of strands, piercing through the approaching bandits in an instant. It all took less than a minute. The once expanding cloud of dust on the horizon was now gone. The bandits, pierced by the golden beams, were left tangled in a massive jungle gym-like formation. The previously tense merchants and mercenaries fell silent in shock. Amidst the stunned silence, Rhine calmly retrieved the golden beam and turned back. I've taken care of it, Godfather. She smiled her usual serene smile, her eyes twinkling playfully. I see, but what? Yes. How did you do that? Alon, who had witnessed the entire process alongside Evan, couldn't help but ask. Though he knew from their past battles with Kyla's that Rhine had combat abilities, he hadn't imagined anything like this. It's all thanks to the artifact you gave me, Godfather. Something I gave you. Yes. The Traveler's Eye. Yes, though I'm still not fully accustomed to it, I'm starting to get the hang of it, Godfather. Alon slowly raised his head to look at the massive eye hovering behind Rhine. That's the Traveler's Eye. It looked completely different from what he had imagined. What is that? A strange sense of fear crept over Alon's entire body. A week later, Alon and his party finally arrived at the colony. And, Master, the moment they arrived, they were greeted by Xiaoring, who ran straight to Alon. It's been a while. Indeed it has. Xiaoring clung to him like a snake, wrapping her legs around his waist as she greeted him enthusiastically. Now will you give me an answer? An answer? With a radiant smile, she asked. It's been 2 years. Are we getting married now? Faced with her pure and direct question, Alon could only let out a groan of exasperation. Chapter 148. Alon, momentarily stunned by the sparkling eyes of Xiaoring, let out a soft sigh. I did think about it, though. In fact, he remembered the promise he made with Xiaoring. When he made that promise, he had also agreed with the Dragonkin tribe to reconvene in 2 years. Still, the reason for his slight panic was that Xiaoring seemed more earnest than he had expected. No, I knew she was sincere back then, too. The reason he had told Xiaoring to think about it again in 2 years was mainly twofold. First, Alon felt he needed to care for Xiaoring's mental state and feared that promising too long a period would disappoint her, so he set a tentative timeline of 2 years. Second, he assumed her affection would diminish over time. The affection Xiaoring showed him felt more like familial attachment than romantic feelings. Alon was already aware of this. To draw a parallel, it was akin to a young daughter declaring, "When I grow up, I'll marry Daddy." As such, he expected that after about 2 years, her feelings would subside, and the promise could be gently dismissed. After all, no matter how much daughters adore their fathers, they gradually grow independent as they mature. Moreover, while Xiaoring was already an adult in the fantasy world, she still seemed young by Alon's standards 2 years ago. To be honest, she doesn't seem much different now. Alon glanced at Xiaoring, who was smiling brightly and wrapping her legs around his waist. Her radiant smile, utterly free from worry, resembled that of a child. It was the kind of purity that put others at ease. In other words, it meant she hadn't matured much emotionally over the past 2 years. Lost in thought, Alon hesitated over what to say. Xiaoring. Oh, Rhine, what brings you here? Startled by the voice, Xiaoring quickly brightened up and smiled wide. Rhine returned her smile warmly. I had something to take care of, so I followed Godfather here. Ah, I see, Tilda. But Xiaoring, judging by what the Godfather said, it seems the 2 years aren't entirely up yet. Shouldn't you wait a little longer? Oh, is that so? Xiaoring tilted her head in confusion. Not missing the opportunity, Alon interjected. Well, there are a few months left. Xiaoring's expression soured momentarily, but quickly shifted back to a cheerful one. That's okay. It just means I'll get an answer in a few months. Her tail wagged enthusiastically as her optimism returned. Seeing her resilience, Alon was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually nodded. All right, let's talk again in a few months. Got it, Master. For now, he decided to settle for the delay. Shortly after, Alon and his group moved to Xiaoring's guild. Wow, what's this? It's so cute. As soon as they entered the slightly chilly guild office, a black creature popped out of the pocket on Alon's chest. Xiaoring's eyes sparkled at the sight of the black cat. Thump tilde. Before Alon could stop her, Xiaoring quickly picked up the cat. Alon opened his mouth to speak, while Evan couldn't help but smirk in anticipation of what would happen next. Just as they expected. Swish! The black creature's entire body was suddenly covered in numerous red eyes. However, wow, so many eyes now. Rather than being horrified by the dozens of grotesque eyes that appeared, Xiaoreng seemed amazed and lifted the creature higher. Screech tilde. The creature opened its mouth to let out a grotesque sound, as if it wouldn't be outdone. Wow, it even has a mouth now. Amazing. Her eyes shone even brighter as she swung the creature around like a toy airplane. This isn't how it's supposed to go, Evan muttered in disbelief. The black creature, equally bewildered, reverted to its normal form, tilting its head in confusion with slightly trembling eyes. Screech tilde. It let out another scream. Ah, wait a second. Xiaoring ran off with the creature, and soon returned with her arms full of something. Before long. Wow, so cool. The black creature had been dressed up in a cute night doll outfit, and was now held up in Xiaoring's hands like a doll. The meow. The creature's round eyes conveyed a sense of utter disbelief at the situation. It seemed so dumbfounded that it lost even the will to intimidate. Do it again, make all those eyes appear like before. Meow. That was way cooler. Her tail wagged excitedly as she cheered. Watching this scene, Evan murmured, Xiaoring seems to have a different aesthetic sense than the rest of us. What do you think? Yeah. Right. While the two were left speechless, Ryan observed with a satisfied smile. But it wasn't long before the black creature began to sweat. What's with all this noise? What is that? Basilira, who appeared annoyed by the commotion, burst out laughing when he saw the black creature in its night outfit. A talking snake. Xiaoring immediately put down the black creature and grabbed Basilira in its spirit form. Kek wh what? Basilira gasped, coughing as if startled. However, Xiaoring, with a face full of curiosity, stared at him like he was a new toy. Should I dress you up too? I've got some clothes left over. What nonsense is this? This great being will not wear clothes meant for some doll play. Wait, hold on. Ignoring his protests, Xiaoring cheerfully hummed a tune as she began to decorate him. Witnessing the bizarre scene once again, Alon, Evan, and even Ryan momentarily lost their words. The next day after arriving at the colony, Godfather, I'll be stepping out for a bit. Understood. How long will it take? Probably a day or two. Why? If you don't return within that time, I'll assume something's wrong and come to find you. Ryan paused in her movement. With a soft smile, she expressed her gratitude before heading out. Shortly after, Alon also set out for the ruins early in the morning. I need to ask about what Linicius said and the rites, I suppose. As he organized his thoughts. Xiaoring. What? Evan, looking curious, gestured toward the small snake. How do you even touch Basilira? What do you mean, how? Well, Basilira is in a spirit form. Xiaoring, as if it was nothing, snapped her fingers and replied, well, by passing the trial of essence. The trial of essence. Yep, with this. She showed the gauntlet on her hand and added, passing the trial of essence grants you abilities, one by one. Only our race can use them, though. That's quite an impressive item, Evan admired. Hearing the conversation, Alon also internally marveled. While he knew there were secrets hidden in Xiaoreng's essence, he hadn't expected something like this. So you gain a new ability every time you pass a trial. Memo. How many abilities have you acquired so far? 5. How many trials are there in total? Xiaoring counted on her fingers before exclaiming, "Oh, 8. 8. Yep, but I haven't passed the 6th trial yet." Why not? Well, the condition is anger, but I haven't really had a reason to get angry. According to the essence, this trial is a turning point. A turning point. Yeah, like determining whether I'm qualified to be a king or not. Something like that. Evan nodded thoughtfully and shrugged. Well, even so, you're taking it easy now, right? You're already strong enough. Nope. Huh. Why not? I need to get stronger to avenge and protect Master, of course. The Marquis. Yep. When Evan glanced at Alan in confusion, he muttered, "Isn't the Marquis already strong enough to not need protection anymore?" Even so, I want to protect him. Xiaoring lifted the black creature high with pride as she declared her determination. Alan couldn't help but smile faintly. Being on the receiving end of someone's kindness was a rather pleasant feeling. As they exchanged such light-hearted banter, they continued traversing the desert. After some time, "We've arrived." With Xiaoreng's cheerful voice, they finally entered the ruins. Immediately after arriving at the ruins, as usual, Alan headed straight for the central tower. It's been a while. Spotting the Dragonkin tribe, who had been waiting and looking at him, Alan muttered involuntarily, "Blue. Ah, so you're finally starting to see more." Unlike before, when he could only see shadows and white outlines, this time Alan could see the blue of the Dragonkin's eyes. He stared at the Dragonkin's eyes in wonder before quickly gathering himself and getting to the point. "There's a lot to discuss after 2 years. Do we have enough time?" "Don't worry. I did expend some effort refining what you left, but there's plenty of time to talk." With that assurance, Alan organized his thoughts and began recounting from 2 years ago, starting with the observer's story. Eventually, "Wait a moment. Are you saying you didn't see the past in the end?" "That's correct. Instead, I saw an eye." "That's impossible." The Dragonkin tilted its head, baffled. "Explain the situation in detail." Alan described the events in greater detail, from looking into the mirror to the massive eye speaking in a space that resembled the cosmos. After listening quietly for a while, the Dragonkin tapped its chin thoughtfully and summarized what Alan had said. "So in essence, you're saying that just before you could see the past, a colossal eye blocked it, an eye so enormous it defies imagination." "Correct." The Dragonkin fell silent, deeply pondering the matter. After a long while, just as Alan began to wonder, the Dragonkin spoke again. "Do you remember what I told you about the black thing before?" "The black thing?" "Yes, when you asked about it, I said something about earning the favor of a higher god." Alan nodded. "You mentioned something like that, yes." The Dragonkin nodded in return. "At the time, I assumed the black and blue things I mentioned corresponded roughly to that idea. So why bring it up now?" The Dragonkin's expression grew serious. "To put it briefly, I believe I made an error in my assumptions." "You misinterpreted the information." "Correct. The ability of the bronze mirror to record history is absolute, as you might have heard from the observer. Interfering with the mirror, even for the black or blue I previously thought of, should be impossible." "Is tampering with the mirror really that difficult?" "The black and blue entities I initially thought of were beings who, despite losing their names, managed to seal more than half the power of the black ones in their battle. They are among the top 5 gods." After a pause, the Dragonkin added, "Yet even they cannot interfere with the bronze mirror's power." "Why not?" "Because the bronze mirror predates even us. for anyone to interfere with an artifact from that era without issue. The Dragonkin let out a hollow laugh. Would mean they are far higher beings than the 5 gods of the past. The words left an ominous weight in the air. Chapter 149. In the forgotten age of gods, a being higher than the 5 supreme gods. Indeed, if it can interfere with the divine domain, it must be a higher existence than them, and that, even I cannot grasp. Just what kind of being could it be? A being so lofty that even the Dragonkin could not fathom. Could Ultholtus possibly know about this existence? After all, he was the one who mentioned it first. No, he wouldn't know. He must have made a similar misunderstanding as I did. Then about that black thing. At the current point, I do not know. At the Dragonkin's firm declaration, Alon remained silent for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. It feels like the more I come to solve mysteries, the more they only seem to deepen. Well, from your perspective, that's understandable. Alon let out a sigh and decided to set this topic aside, choosing to ask a different question. There were still many things he wanted to ask. Let's go over the rest of the story first. With that, Alon began recounting everything that had happened in his mind, one by one. A short while later. It seems more happened than I thought. As you heard, over the course of about 30 minutes, Alon conveyed everything he needed to say to the Dragonkin. First was about meeting Duke Colmelin and the magic of the true mage he mentioned. Second was the information that the black things would soon rise again. Lastly, there was the story of the golden dragon, Lanisius. The Dragonkin, who remained silent while occasionally flicking its long tail, eventually organized its thoughts and began speaking. First of all, I was not aware of the information regarding those entities, as that sealed dragon had mentioned. Is that so? Yes, from the beginning, my understanding was a bit different. Well, in any case, even if those entities went through such a process to ascend, it would be meaningless for the gods to remain silent. Can you reveal it now? I can only tell you the prelude of what you know, but if it's necessary, I shall. When Alon nodded immediately, the Dragonkin maintained silence for a moment before speaking slowly. It's not a particularly exciting story. From your perspective, it's nothing more than an old tale. A voice as if recalling a distant memory. In the past, what you call the forgotten age of gods was literally a world where gods and humans coexisted. Humans worshipped the gods, and the gods granted blessings in return for faith. Many things were different from now. Instead of the term nation, territories were divided under the names of gods, wizards were called true mages, and there was only one nation of humans. If I recall correctly, it was a country founded by someone named Palahin. The Dragonkin stared intently at Alon. Anyway, that was the kind of world it was. A world where gods existed, and different races, including humans, offered faith to those gods, while true mages like you could imprint their laws onto the world. Murmuring as if reminiscing old memories, the Dragonkin continued. To be honest, that world couldn't be called peaceful, even as an empty phrase. Problems arose daily. However, it wasn't an era of constant warfare, at least not until they appeared. The black things. Yes, them. The Dragonkin's blue eyes narrowed in a frown. They appeared out of nowhere and began slaughtering every living being they saw, be it gods, humans, different races, or true mages. All of them without exception. Did they have a purpose? No, there was no purpose. Or perhaps there was, but we had no way of knowing. From the start, they had no intention of communicating with us. For a moment, the atmosphere around him changed. Many gods rose to fight them. Some gods fought alone, while others formed alliances. They took up weapons to slay those unknown beings, and the result is what you see now. They lost. It wasn't just a loss. most of the gods who rose to deal with the black things were annihilated. A powerless voice hovered in the air. Normally, gods do not perish so easily. Even if they do fall, they can revive within days or, at most, decades as long as they have faith. But the gods who fell back then, most of them vanished entirely. Is there a reason for that? It's simple, their names were taken. The loss of their names. For gods, names are crucial. No, not just their names. Every element that constitutes a god is vital. However, if even one of those elements is taken away, a god cannot maintain their form. Some had their names stolen. Others had their bodies, their minds, or their honor taken away, and thus they were annihilated. I was no exception. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. I lost my name and narrowly avoided annihilation by sealing myself in my own temple at the last moment. It must have been a final desperate act, an incomplete but necessary measure to continue living. Then, did other gods survive in the same manner? That I do not know either. I sealed myself around the time when the war had just begun. However, the gods who have survived to this point are those who were extremely powerful in the old era. Why is that? Because they managed to survive even after losing their names. Wouldn't that be obvious? In any case, in conclusion, the gods were defeated by those entities. They were even deprived of their positions as gods. Usurped. This was, yes, usurpation. We, who were once the gods of this continent, are now called outer gods, while they are revered and feared as the five great sins. Thus, the origin story of the five great sins was revealed. I have a question. What is it? Alan, who had been silently listening to the Dragonkin story, suddenly had a thought. Why did the five great sins steal your names and usurp the gods' positions? Well, I only learned of that after awakening from my seal, but if I had to speculate, it might have been to make us forgotten. Make you forgotten. It's merely speculation. Still, I want to hear it. When I awakened, the original gods had disappeared, and the true mage's legacy had been severed. Additionally, according to what you said, the dragons were completely slaughtered and became nothing more than mythical beings. The Dragonkin's voice continued calmly. I understand that the era ended with the death of the gods, true mages, and dragons, but there are too many unresolved issues to simply accept that. Are you referring to the usurpation of the gods' positions? It's not just that. The same goes for the magic of the true mages. Even if they had all died, their lineage should have continued to some extent. Yet look around. Is there any other true mage in this world besides you? There is. Exactly. That's what I mean. Something is off. Even if the gods perished, their information shouldn't have vanished. And even if the true mages died, there's no reason for their laws and research to have disappeared. Even if the true mages failed to leave an imprint of their will, it wouldn't explain everything. With a firm and resolute tone, the Dragonkin declared, "This world has lost all its information. About the dragons, the gods, and the true mages. It's as if." The Dragonkin exhaled heavily. It was all fabricated. On the way back from the ruins, meow. Watching the small black creature clinging to Xiaoring's hand and flying in real time, Alan calmly organized the conversation he had with the Dragonkin afterward. No, in fact, there wasn't much to organize. Most of it was just speculation. Well, sealing oneself during a war can't be helped after all. In the end, there were two clear truths that Alan gained from this conversation. First, although the exact motive was unknown, the five great sins had usurped the positions of the gods and tried to thoroughly erase traces of the old era. Second, it explained why Duke Comalin referred to himself as a half-finished mage. So the technique involves imprinting the will. Alan recalled the Dragonkin's explanation about true mages. True mages each have their unique manifestation. As I mentioned before, that manifestation is only possible when there is an imprint of will. The technique is the next stage of that manifestation. It involves engraving laws and will onto a monocore, unifying with those laws. Only then do true mages confidently call themselves true mages. Well, you'll learn more about it 3 months from now, when the item you entrusted to me is ready. So that's why he called himself a half-finished mage. Understanding Duke Comelon's meaning, Alan unconsciously let out a deep sigh. Though he had learned some things, there were still unresolved questions. Why did the black entities want to erase the past? Considering the story of the Golden Dragon, Kylas was clearly a true mage, so why did he appear as an outer god? Numerous questions swirled in his mind, making it hard to think clearly. However, Alan decided to set aside those doubts for now and refocus on his primary objective. Right now, the top priority is to stop the 5 great sins. Ultimately for him, there was only one truly important task: to stop the 5 great sins and live a peaceful life as a noble. Beyond that, Alan had a secondary goal, a deeper exploration of magic. Initially, magic was something he learned merely for self-preservation, but it had become an indispensable part of his life. In this world, it was the only thing that sparked his curiosity and desire for improvement. Therefore, first, I need to do the preliminary work to deal with those abominations, and when the original story begins, I'll briefly join forces with the protagonist to obtain that item. With it, I should be able to meet Kylas. As he organized his plans once again, Alan gazed at the slowly rising sun in the middle of the sky. It was in the middle of a scorching desert. "Greetings, Marquis. His Majesty the King wishes to see you." "Me, you say?" "Yes, he also requested that Lady Xiaoring accompany you." Having returned to Colony, Alan was unexpectedly invited by the king. "Master, what do you want to do?" While Alan was puzzled as to why Carmex's I was calling for him, he still asked, "When should I go?" "You may depart immediately if you wish." "Then let's head out right now." He accepted the king's invitation. Of course, he wanted to take a moment to rest and organize his thoughts, but he knew it was common courtesy not to refuse an invitation from the king. Boarding the prepared carriage, he headed toward the royal palace of Colony and soon began walking along the luxurious interior paths, as he had done before. A short while later, just as he was nearing the banquet hall where Carmaxes awaited, he encountered a man. A man who was staring intently at him. Feeling the man's gaze, Alan instinctively turned to meet his eyes, and shortly afterward he realized who the man was. Karen. Karen, the current Prince of Colony and the 6th king who would eventually succeed Carmaxes V in the story. He was staring fixedly at Alan, with an expression that clearly conveyed immense displeasure. Just as Alan began to wonder about the meaning behind that gaze. Likewise, Xiaoring, who had been watching Karen, started narrowing her eyes. However, a moment later, in the end, Alan managed to get past the confrontation with Karen without any incident. Despite appearing as though he had been waiting for this moment, Karen soon turned his gaze away and went on his way. "Marquis, do you happen to know that gentleman?" "I don't." "Then why was he glaring at you like? Why was he looking at you so intently?" Evan quickly changed his words after glancing around and noticing the guards nearby. "I have no idea either." Naturally, Alan didn't know. Though he was aware of Karen from his experience playing psychedelia, this was the first time they had actually met face to face. Of course, it was possible that Karen had learned of Alan through various rumors and reports, but even taking that into account, The hostility he displayed was rather strange. Alan briefly tilted his head in confusion. Soon afterward, he attended the banquet. "Greetings, Marquis." The moment he entered the banquet hall, he saw a man bowing deeply to him, which left him momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly marveled inwardly. "It's been a while, Prince." "Yes." The handsome man, currently bowing his head before him. Alan soon realized that it was none other than the second prince, Karsam, who, half a year ago, had been ridiculed as a walking pig for his chubby figure covered in soot. Countless question marks seemed to float above Alan's head. Chapter 150. Alan wore a blank expression. Wondering if he was mistaken, he blinked twice, but the man before him still gazed at him with a cheerful smile and an adoring look. "You are Prince Karsam, right?" "Yes, yes, that's me, haha. I've changed a bit." Seeing Karsam awkwardly scratch his head, Alan barely managed to close his gaping mouth. Sialrang seemed uninterested, but Evan, who had been unsure, couldn't hide his astonishment and opened his mouth wide. Even if people change, this was too much of a transformation. Alan recalled the Karsam he had known half a year ago. Back then Karsam was, frankly, nothing more or less than a walking pig. The clothes he wore looked like they were about to burst, and his face was constantly filled with irritation and inferiority. And that wasn't all. His personality was so arrogant that the word rascal suited him better than just troublemaker. But how was Karsam now? The triple chin that used to stand out. Gone. No, it had just vanished entirely. The eyes that had been full of annoyance and inferiority. They looked completely clean, so clean in fact that they even appeared kind. Moreover, for some reason, he seemed to have grown significantly taller. "You've changed a lot." "That's right, and it's all thanks to you, my lord no Marquis." "Is that so?" "Yes." Alan still struggled to process it all. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't grasp this man's transformation. This feels like something out of a web novel. Unintentionally, he recalled the web novels he used to enjoy reading. Typically, the protagonist, an ordinary person, would possess a spoiled royal or noble who was fat and lazy. After working hard to lose weight, they would become handsome and earn the admiration of servants. Honestly, he hadn't fully understood it back then. Even if someone lost weight, their face and body shape would still remain, wouldn't they? But now, Alan could truly relate to the servants in those novels, who clapped enthusiastically. It makes sense now. While he was lost in thought. "Please have a seat. My father will be here soon." "All right, I will." Following Karsam's invitation, Alan's group naturally took their seats, and a little later, King Carmax's III arrived. Alan, who had finally regained his composure, began to enjoy the banquet. However, he felt somewhat burdened by the atmosphere. "It's impressive that you've already reached the first rank." "No, it's all thanks to the Marquis teachings." "Is that so?" "Yes." The reason was that Karsam praised Alan throughout the banquet. "He constantly talks about the Marquis." "I see." "If it weren't for the Marquis, I would probably still be living a miserable life. That's why I'm always grateful." "Quite a lot, too." "No, I didn't do much. You achieved this on your own. There's no need to credit me for it." "No, as I said, if it weren't for you, I would have remained the way I was." "Too much." Alan felt his hand, hidden under the table, naturally curl up at Karsam's passionate gaze fixed on him. Karsam seemed truly, genuinely sincere. The next day, after what was quite literally a banquet that only left Alan embarrassed. "Marquis, what is it?" I looked into it, and it seems that the evaluation of Karsam has changed significantly. To that extent. Yes, surprisingly, He's being evaluated more favorably than the first prince. Hearing Evan's report, Alan asked, feeling curiosity beneath his indifferent expression. Really, to that extent? Yes. Apparently, because of that, the internal atmosphere of the royal palace is becoming a bit strange. Carmax's doesn't seem to be managing it separately. I heard that even the king is remaining silent. Even the king is silent. At that moment, Alan let out a low exclamation. So that's why Karen looked at me with those eyes. He recalled the gaze Karen had given him before. A gaze that hadn't been particularly friendly, even upon their first meeting, which had left him puzzled. If the internal atmosphere of the kingdom had indeed turned peculiar, it made sense. The fact that King Carmax's III wasn't controlling the current situation in the palace essentially meant he was tacitly allowing a power struggle for the throne. From the king's perspective, it wasn't an entirely incomprehensible decision. While the first prince, Karen, was better than the second prince, he wasn't exactly a promising candidate for a good king. He was merely relatively better. In such a situation, it was natural for the king's heart to waver when the second prince showed better promise over time. After all, Carmax's III, though a father, was a king first and foremost, and he thought more as a king than as a parent. The intriguing part was how a power struggle between the first prince, who had long been recognized as the heir, and the second prince, who was only recently acknowledged, could be possible now. But there's no need for me to worry about that. At any rate, when Alan put together all the circumstances, he was able to understand the recent events overall. So Karen thinks that Carson changed because of me. Of course, from Alan's perspective, it was a bit perplexing. He hadn't done anything particularly special for Carson. Marquis, what do you plan to do now? Evan asked just in time. Alan answered without hesitation. Since I've finished my business in Colony, I plan to wrap up the remaining tasks and return. Tasks? Oh, are you referring to the monster you mentioned last time? Yes. Am I going to wait here again? That's right, though you seem pleased about it. No way. Evan's face clearly showed an expression of relief. Oh yes, lucky me. No hard work. Alan felt oddly annoyed. For a moment he considered taking Evan along, but only briefly. He let out a light sigh and dismissed the thought. In truth, this trip wasn't meant to deal with the desert monster directly, but was only a preliminary expedition. Alan recalled the desert monster, Scorpion. I wish I could deal with it while I'm here. Unfortunately, that wish was unlikely to come true. For now, he didn't even know Scorpion's exact location. Unlike the other monster, Rickrichammer, whose location was clearly identified, all they knew about Scorpion was that it was somewhere in the vast desert, with no distinct landmarks. Even in the game, tracking down Scorpion required time. You had to clear the temple that provided a guide, which took about 3 months of preparation before you could even attempt to confront Scorpion. Of course, you could wander the vast desert without the guide and search for Scorpion's location manually. But why didn't people do that? Because finding Scorpion's cave in the desert was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Additionally, there were Scorpion soldiers. These were the soldiers guarding the monster's cave. This was Alan's second reason for focusing on preliminary work now. Though called Scorpion soldiers, if you played as a mage, they were even more troublesome than Scorpion itself. The Scorpion soldiers, made of sand, numbered in the hundreds. They endlessly regenerated upon death, and in terms of in-game level, each one was at the expert rank, making them a nuisance. Moreover, their weapons were all coated with poison, so if you allowed even a single hit, it would be fatal. However, there was a strategy that allowed you to bypass these troublesome Scorpion soldiers. If you obtained the guide through the temple's preliminary quest, they would all turn into sand and disappear. I plan to move tomorrow. Alan made his decision. I'll be waiting here. As he looked at Evan, who somehow appeared irritating again, Alan thought, should I just take him along? At that moment, somewhere in the vast desert, in Scorpion's cave, or rather, in a space so vast that calling it a cave seemed inadequate, Scorpion soldiers, who should have only awakened in the presence of intruders, had risen. However, they did not move. No, to be precise, it would be more accurate to say they couldn't move. The hundreds of soldiers that had awakened to repel the intruder. Crackle, crackle, crack. All of them were skewered by black lightning, trembling as they hovered between life and death. Amid the immobilized Scorpion soldiers, a beastman with silver-gray hair leisurely glided forward. His gait was extremely calm, utterly relaxed. With that same leisurely pace, he strolled through the ranks of hundreds of Scorpion soldiers, eventually arriving at the center of the cave. SSSHHH. Once again, soldiers began awakening from beneath the ground. But that wasn't all. Shrieka. Far more soldiers than before emerged from the sand in an instant, surrounding the man. Soon, the monstrous roar of Scorpion, who had been dormant in the cave, echoed loudly. Yet there was no sign of tension on the intruder's face. Ho! Instead, as if he found it amusing, the man let out an exclamation. Crackle! He cloaked himself in black lightning. In the next moment, ZZT. His figure vanished. When he reappeared, there were no longer any Scorpion soldiers near him. Instead, what appeared before the man was a monster. The Scorpion, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, while harboring one of the 5 great relics of sin. Yet, despite the sight of the Scorpion drooling as it gazed at him, the man wore a cheerful smile. Well, fine. When I returned to the surface, I was disappointed that the seeds hadn't sprouted as well as I'd hoped. He lightly tapped the creature's head with a finger. You can help with that. The moment black lightning flowed from his hand. Scorpion thrashed violently. Soon, the brown hue of the monster began to change. It darkened into a shade as deep as the abyss. Watching the transformation, the man. Now shall we go greet him? No, the apostle of pride turned his gaze toward Colony. And while we're at it, let's pay a visit to my younger sibling. The next day, Alan prepared to set off for the preliminary work as planned, though he was feeling somewhat more at ease. There would be battles, but thanks to Xiaoreng and Rhine agreeing to assist him, he felt reassured. Rhine said she would briefly visit the royal palace, so we'll leave once she returns. Therefore, Alan was chatting leisurely with Xiaoreng, who was hugging the drooping Blackie. Until suddenly, BOOM! A massive noise erupted. It was distant, yet distinct to everyone's ears, a tremendous explosion. Alan instinctively got up and looked out the window. He couldn't hide his shock at the sight before him. Scorpion! The massive monster was tearing down Colony's walls and forcing its way in. And then, brother! Alan heard Xiaoreng's incredulous murmur beside him. Chapter 151. Something happened all of a sudden. Alan couldn't understand the current situation. His brow furrowed involuntarily. He saw a Scorpion breaking through the wall and entering inside. It was darker than he remembered, but it was definitely a Scorpion. A monster possessing the artifact of pride. Why? As far as Alan knew, the Scorpion should have been hibernating in its cave until the protagonist went to deal with it. In other words, it shouldn't be wandering around like this. Alan couldn't understand the situation at all. Brother! He turned around momentarily at the sound of Xiaoreng's voice nearby. Xiaoreng, who had been holding a black cat until a moment ago, was now looking at the scorpion with trembling eyes, unbelievably. Following her gaze, Alan turned his head. Only then did he realize there was a beastman on top of the scorpion. A beastman with gray-white hair. The moment he recognized that presence. One. The man looked at Alan and grinned, then disappeared, leaving a trail of black lightning. Acceleration. Instinctively, Alan formed a seal and moved backward. An instinctive move, without time to think. And that saved Alan. Boom! The place where Alan had been standing was struck by black lightning, just a hair's breadth away. Wow, that was quick. Honestly, I didn't think you'd react too bad. The ground was completely shattered. Through the rising dust, the man walked out with a thick smile on his lips. With a leisurely demeanor, Alan quickly racked his brain. However, no matter how hard he tried, Alan couldn't recall the identity of the beastman in front of him. No, it wasn't that he couldn't remember. Is this the same situation as Duke Comalin? He was a character who did not appear in the original story. Realizing this, Alan looked tense. Who are you? The lips of the beastman, emerging from the dust, slowly parted. Me? Well, how shall I introduce myself? The brother of the fool standing behind you, or perhaps an apostle serving the great pride. An apostle. Alan's mind became cluttered. He had only heard a few pieces of information, but he had already started deducing the situation from those two words. However, Xiaogek brother. As Xiaoreng muttered again, Alan had no choice but to look at her. The corners of Xiaoreng's eyes trembled slightly as she saw the apostle's face. However, unlike Xiaoreng, the man referred to as Xiaogek maintained a relaxed expression. Yeah, Xiaoreng, this is your brother. How is this possible? She questioned unbelievingly, as if she were swimming through a dream. But Xiaoreng's reaction didn't seem to matter to him, as he didn't remove the smile from his lips. What are you curious about, little sister? Wondering why I'm still alive? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we're in a situation to enjoy ourselves. I have things I need to do. Instead, he looked at Alan. One. And reappeared in front of him. Xiaogek, without hesitation, reached for Alan's heart with his fist. Alan couldn't even react quickly enough. But the fist did not pierce through Alan's heart. What are you doing now, brother? Because Xiaoreng had blocked it. Bingo! Xiaogek's smile deepened. What are you doing? What does it look like? I'm doing what needs to be done. What task? Xiaoreng, who didn't understand, asked again, as Xiaogek tapped her head lightly with his other hand. Yes, a task indeed. A task that must be done to rebirth my sister as a great being. Xiaoreng's face still held unresolved questions. Sulek sighed as if regretfully. Really, you've always been a high-maintenance sister. I prepared everything in advance before, but seeing that you're still not broken and holding up well. What are you talking about? Xiaoreng's voice wavered, filled with confusion. But no matter what emotions Xiaoreng showed. Don't try to understand it unnecessarily, sister. From now on, I will make you into a being that suits you. Sulek grinned and... At that moment, Alan recalled a conversation he had with the golden dragon Lanisius. Not at all. The bodies they descend into are initially created by the apostles. Apostles? Yes, they often mentally break down those with high talent to make it easier for them to descend. It was a brief conversation. Recalling that conversation didn't mean Alan understood everything. He still had no information about the Apostle of Pride in front of him, nor about Xiaoreng's past. He only knew that her village had been burned down. To make a proper causal connection, The information he had was woefully insufficient. However, if there was one thing he could clearly predict, let's set aside the most precious thing for later, and first tidy up the patchwork my sister has so diligently built. That was about what was to come. Soon, crack, black lightning flashed, and the guild building where the Golden Mane tribe gathered began to burst instantly. At that moment, there was chaos in the fortress of the colony. What in the world? Carsom's eyes widened. A massive monster had already crushed the entire wall and was now invading the inner city, wreaking havoc in the capital. Fear, horror, and helplessness dominated him. Even though he had learned magic for a little over half a year and reached the first rank, there was nothing he could do in this situation. Therefore, as Carsom watched the monster grow larger in his field of view, "Prince, you must move." He turned his body after a belated shout from a knight. He wanted to stand against the monster too, but he already knew it would be a certain death to confront it now, and rashly doing so would only lead to the deaths of the knights following him. Unlike before, Carsom was fully aware of the responsibilities that came with his position as a prince, not just the power. Thinking he needed to make a rational decision, he turned. "We must evacuate until the barbarians arrive." He joined the knights, but at that moment, he turned towards the source of the moan. It was a young maid. The girl had apparently sprained her ankle and was lying on the ground, sobbing. The child looked up fearfully at the scorpion that had already entered the inner fortress and reached the garden. Seeing this, Carsom's step slowed. He knew even then, even if he went now, the chances of saving the maid were slim. It was foolish to try to save her. Yet Carsom was conflicted. He knew he was not a hero. He knew he didn't even have the strength to be a hero. Yet still, Carsom's mind replayed that scene. Marquis Palacio and Cialring, who had rescued Filion from death without a second thought. His actions in saving the Mercalian domain, without any consideration for his own safety. What about himself? He was a pig on its legs. Why had he worked so hard over the past half year? Carsom had run all this way because he wanted to be like that. "Prince, run forward." As he shouted, Carsom pulled out the wand from his pocket and summoned the wind. Quite adept at magic for someone who hadn't been studying it for even half a year, he quickly grasped the young maid and exclaimed, "Whoosh!" He rolled to the side just in time. Boom! Along with it, the scorpion's massive pincer struck with perfect timing. Squeak! As the pincer embedded into the now blackening, oxidized ground, Carsom sprang to his feet and ran madly towards a decorative well connected to the underground waterways. "If I can get down to the sewer, it won't be able to follow." He once again chanted a spell to freeze the ground. A slick path of ice formed instantly between the well and Carsom. He slid across it, dodging another monstrous attack, and was about to jump into the waterway when he wore a look of despair. The entrance to the well he had struggled to reach had collapsed due to the recent shock, now completely blocked. Above him, the shadow of the monster loomed. Carsom saw the monster aiming its pincer at him once more, and at that gritted moment, "You've held up well." "What?" Carsom found before him a girl with unfamiliar eyes on her back. And then, dozens of golden rods repelling the scorpion's pincer. The scorpion, frustrated by its thwarted attempts, roared madly, swinging its pincers. The merciless attack started breaking the summoned golden rods, but it would be troublesome if the master were to rest during such times. Rhine remained unfazed. If it had been just a day earlier, she couldn't have remained so composed in this situation. Since she had fully awakened the eye of the tracker, Only recently, her abilities wouldn't have been enough to stop the scorpion. Today, the reason Rhine could stay calm was simple. Yesterday, as Alan left for the ruins, Rhine had found a hidden site somewhere in the desert through the first clue given by the eye of the tracker, immediately after its awakening, revealing secrets not even present in the library. The information she gleaned from the ruins was scant. Indeed, only two things. The eye of the tracker is the key, and a way to mobilize the eye to a limited extent. But even that was enough. She might not know exactly how to use the eye of the tracker, but she knew the entities it could summon. Therefore, well, I needed to test a newly discovered fact anyway, so this works out. With a relaxed expression, "Gather," she uttered the command, and with it, whoosh tilde, a halo formed from the giant eye behind Rhine. Soon, many golden rods burst forth, forming some kind of shape around her. The first thing that formed was a skeleton. Over it, another layer of golden rods twisted around, encasing the skeleton. And then, numerous rods chaotically intertwined above it, taking shape. Thus, what eventually emerged was a door so large it could easily surpass the height of the city walls. And then, Gruyere, the magic-tech weapon of the Illinif Empire, Pluto. With a sound that shook heaven and earth, the circular door opened. Emerging from within was something that could even overwhelm the scorpion. And even Karsum, filled with despair, dumbfoundedly looked up at the mechanically crafted hand. Made up of numerous parts and golden rods, it was a gigantic mechanical hand that seemed capable of grasping the sky. Its mere presence made the world feel alien. A hand vast enough to obscure the sun descended into the airspace of the fortress. Limited deployment. Rhine commanded. Divine punishment. The imposing hand of a god shot down towards the earth, to punish the abomination that shouldn't exist in this world. Boom. Chapter 152. Clearly, Alan was ignorant about the apostles. He had never encountered an apostle while playing Psychedelia, and the game's lore had no mention of the apostles of the 5 deadly sins. However, there was one thing Alan had come to understand with crystal clarity about this apostle now. Boom! They were strong. He stared ahead. Over the ruins of what had once been the towering building of the Sialrang Guild, flashes of bright yellow and dark lightning clashed at speeds his eyes couldn't possibly keep up with. And then, gah! Sialrang was being pushed back. Crash! With a deafening blast, Sialrang was hurled away, and the apostle's fist shot forward to deliver another blow. Alan reacted immediately. Catching Sialrang as she crashed into the ground, he deployed a shield. But that wasn't all. Enhance Fixate. With magical reinforcement triggered by incantation and layered casting, 3 overlapping shields materialized precisely where the apostle's fist was headed. However, crack! The shields shattered like glass, as if they were nothing, utterly meaningless and laughable. Yet in that brief moment, Alan had managed to pull Sialrang out of the apostle's range. Oh, a mage! The apostle, Sialgek, halted in place, intrigued, showing no intention of pursuing further. Alan looked down at Sialrang. Her gaze was growing dim. It wasn't the confused, panic-stricken look she'd shown while fighting earlier. No, this was something worse. Something dying. And in that moment, "You've grown quite strong, little sister. I'm impressed. Who would have thought the weakest of our tribe could become this powerful?" Sialgek spoke with the same smile as before. Sialrang didn't respond. She simply stared at her brother with trembling eyes, her expression far grimmer than before. Alan realized something was deeply wrong. The apostle's strength, That was certainly a problem. But the real issue was Xiaoreng herself. She valued family above all else, perhaps even more than her own well-being. She possessed an overwhelming sense of belonging to the category of blood and kin. To her, family was sacred, non-negotiable, something to be protected at all costs. And now, before her stood the only blood relative she thought long dead, the very person who had just destroyed everything she held dear. Before she could even react, utterly and completely, Alan glanced around the wreckage. All he saw were corpses. The fallen members of the Golden Mane tribe, Xiaoreng's attempt to build a new family. This isn't good. His gaze shifted back to Xiaogek. The apostle of pride, her brother, had been watching everything with ease, making no move to engage since Xiaoreng's initial attack. No, he wasn't just watching. He was waiting. Waiting for Xiaoreng's mind to break. Alan frowned deeply. What should I do? He had no idea why Xiaoreng's brother had become like this. But one thing was clear. This has to stop. Still, there were two reasons Alan hesitated to act rashly. He hadn't fully grasped Xiaogek's abilities yet. And he wasn't ready. Preparations he'd been making since Xiaogek's arrival were not complete. But time wasn't on his side. He didn't know how far Xiaogek would go to provoke Xiaoreng, or how long Xiaoreng could endure it. Ultimately, Xiaoreng was the priority. Alan quietly observed her pallor. It wasn't just about her turning into something corrupted. She was deteriorating fast. Without delay, Alan began casting a spell. Now we can't have that. Boom! In the blink of an eye, black lightning, moving faster than thought, struck him down. Master! Xiaoreng tried to retaliate with a punch towards Xiaogek. But, Urg! Her fist never reached him. She struggled desperately to break free from Xiaogek's grip. But, sister, stop wasting your energy. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape my grasp. And don't worry, your mage isn't dead. Xiaogek's smile didn't fade, his tone almost amused. Still, it's fascinating. The sister I remember would have been sobbing by now. Maybe age has made you more dignified. He chuckled. Not that it's an improvement. Did you ally with them? Xiaoreng's darkened expression broke the brief silence. Xiaogek's grin widened. Ally with who? With those black things that destroyed our village. And why would you think that? Because I can smell that bastard stench all over you. Xiaogek glanced down at himself. He let out an exaggerated sound of realization, then chuckled softly. Right, I forgot. I still have the curse from back then. Curse? Yeah, thanks for the reminder, little sister. Now I don't have to bother doing this the hard way. Xiaogek's grin turned mischievous, but his eyes gleamed with malice. Then, with a flick, black lightning shot towards Xiaoreng's head. Gah! Pain flared, sharp and sudden. Sister, let me tell you something interesting. He stared into her eyes. The one who slaughtered our people was him. Before Xiaogek could finish. Boom! Xiaoreng saw it. Xiaogek was blasted away, his body slamming into the ruins. She felt a pair of hands gently covering her ears. Don't listen. A familiar voice. Don't listen, Xiaoreng. A very familiar voice. Xiaoreng looked up. There he was. Not with the usual indifferent face, but with an expression filled with nothing but concern. Alan. Her eyes widened in shock. Alan, having blasted Xiaogek away, frowned slightly. At the moment of impact, he had minimized the damage by using shields and wind magic in tandem, creating a reactive defense. Meanwhile, he had been quietly casting another spell without Sialgek noticing. Normally, this would have been impossible, but thanks to one of the new sigils he had developed in his recent research, it was achievable. This sigil reduced the power of his magic, but concealed its presence from others. Thus, Alon successfully cast a hidden spell to knock Sialgek back. However, wow, that's fascinating. I didn't sense any magic at all. How did you manage that? He failed to injure him. And what's the point of covering her ears like that? She's already remembered everything. With Sialgek's words, Alon sighed softly. While secretly casting his spell, he had no trouble piecing together what Sialgek was trying to reveal. He understood just how much psychological damage Sialreng would suffer if the truth Sialgek had prepared reached her. There was only one thing Sialgek wanted to tell her. Well, do you remember now, little sister? The fact that it was your brother who killed the villagers and our family. A sneering grin devoid of any guilt. The words were exactly what Alon had expected, down to the very phrasing. Clench. Alon pressed his hands more firmly against Sialreng's ears. He knew she had already heard the truth. No matter how tightly he covered her ears, the words had reached her. He had seen Sialgek fire black lightning at Sialreng just before, lifting the magical seal on her memories, something even Alon hadn't fully sensed. Even so, he didn't remove his hands from her ears. It was pointless, but even knowing it was meaningless, his hands wouldn't move. Because Alon understood just how much the concept of family meant to her. I'll tell you something fun, Sialreng. Killing your own kind is quite thrilling. Watching those weaklings, rotten with peace, cry and beg for their lives, it's euphoric. Do you remember Pawn from next door? That mischievous little brat you used to play with. He sobbed, begging for his life. I ripped him apart, holding his head and legs. And Yusian from the blacksmiths. Remember him? Your best friend who adored his parents. I personally killed his parents right in front of him and gouged out his eyes before he died. Sialgek's words were relentless, like blades, meant to drive Sialreng's mind to the brink. Cruel, unavoidable truths. How does it feel, little sister, to finally see the truth you've been blind to all this time? When Sialgek finally finished his tale, Sialreng, who had kept her head bowed until now, slowly lifted her gaze. And both Alon and Sialgek's faces went blank, as if time had stopped. Facing them was Sialreng. Her expression, so what, was incredibly calm. What is this? Sialgek couldn't understand. No, he refused to understand. Sialreng's reaction was completely outside of his expectations. He stared at her, standing up casually after brushing aside Marquis Palacio's hand. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was supposed to lose her mind, consumed by hatred, directing all her rage at him. Eventually, she was meant to kill the maid she cherished and awaken as the sin of pride. Keeping her alive had been part of his plan. The memory seal he'd placed on her, also part of that arrangement. Unable to comprehend, Sialgek paused briefly, then sneered. You don't have to pretend anymore. You couldn't hide your emotions earlier. Do you think there's any point in doing it now, little sister? He deliberately tried to provoke her. But Sialreng tilted her head slightly, as if confused. What are you talking about? I've never hidden my emotions. What? Why would I need to hide my feelings? She asked sincerely, as if she genuinely didn't understand. Just a moment ago, your eyes were full of confusion. Trying to rile her up again, Sialgek trailed off. Sialreng shrugged casually. Of course I was. I couldn't protect my master. What? My brother, you're strong. I realized that after facing you. That's why I was scared. I was in a situation where I couldn't protect my master. That's it. Yes. She tilted her head again. What else should have shaken me? What? Did you really expect me to be emotionally wrecked by your little game? Sialgek frowned. You've grown cynical, little sister. Not at all, brother. I still love my family. Pawn, Yusian, and everyone you mentioned. They're all precious memories to me. But if I let emotions like that sway me, I wouldn't be able to protect the one person I have left. And brother, I think you're mistaken about something. Instead of a faint smile, her eyes grew cold. I'm already angry. Her gaze sharpened. Because you tried to kill my master. Silence settled between them. Then, Sialgek burst into laughter, his face contorted with disbelief. All right, so you've gotten pretty clever over the past 10 years, huh? I admit it, little sister, I underestimated you. I didn't think you'd grow this much. But still. Crackle. You're not stronger than me. Black lightning shot toward Xiaoreng. Crack. His fist followed. Xiaoreng moved. But this time she was faster, adapting to Sialgek's speed. A faint golden lightning began to form around her hands. Sialgek's grin twitched. It was a phenomenon he'd never seen before, threatening and unfamiliar. Yet he didn't lose his smile. Though surprised, he assumed she still couldn't control that power properly. Sialgek thought to himself, I'll knock her down, then kill that mage right before her eyes. A wicked grin crept onto his face. His future seemed certain, his broken sister, and using her body as the vessel to summon the one who held everything, his lord. However, clink. Sialgek's vision shattered. He stared ahead in disbelief. A transparent wall stood in front of him, fracturing under his fist. Mirrored distortion spread, twisting reality into countless geometric planes. It was the mage's doing. The moment Sialgek realized it. Xiaoreng, stay calm and remember, you've already reached the next stage, so. A quiet voice. Just believe in yourself. Came from the mage. And never forget. Embrace the lightning. In the next instant. Sialgek saw it. Menel. Xiaoreng, smiling brightly as if something had clicked. Her body now infused with golden magic and glowing with radiant, golden eyes. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, brother, I don't have to be afraid of you anymore. And Sialgek realized. That power. Thanks to you, I gained it. A power that surpassed even the royal lineage, once thought lost to this world. The divine ability known as thunder deification. Die. Xiaoreng's fist struck down with blinding white lightning. Chapter 153. Alan knew nothing about the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. That was only natural. In the game Psychedelia, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe wasn't an item used in such a way. It was merely an artifact that boosted a player's critical hit rate. And yet, he was able to give Xiaoreng advice because he had seen it. The mana pattern of the essence Xiaoreng possessed began to twist abnormally, soon forming a nonlinear array that surged through her body. Normally, it would have been impossible for Alan to perceive that pattern. The same went for other mages. Even a tower master who had reached the 8th circle couldn't have seen it. While it might be possible to sense someone's mana, discerning how it flowed was another matter entirely. But now Alan could. It must have started after his battle with Duke Comelin. He had gained the faint ability to see the mana patterns of others. Yet he hadn't fully recognized this fact until recently. No, he hadn't thought much of it. Though he could faintly perceive the patterns, they weren't detailed enough to be of significant use in magic research or combat. But at this very moment, Xiaoreng's mana pattern was crystal clear. He didn't know why, but it was as if she had awakened. That's why Alan was able to advise her. And Xiaoring had ascended to the 6th stage. Crackle! Alan stared at her in awe. Xiaoring, now bathed in golden light, looked down upon the apostle of pride. Her presence was so overwhelming that even Alan couldn't help but let out a breath of admiration. Just as she was about to strike again, Xiaogek moved. Crack, crack, crackle. Black lightning surged around him as he recoiled, his face contorted with pain. He hadn't been able to react when Xiaoring awakened, and as a result, his right arm had been completely obliterated. GHH. Xiaogek barely managed to clutch at the bleeding stump. Grit. But instead of crying out in pain, his face twisted with rage. Fine, I'll admit it, you got me, little sister. Crackle. But nothing's going to change. Shrouded in black lightning like a cloak, he charged at Xiaoring once more. And the black thunder roared down. Rumble! Xiaogek, surging towards Xiaoring with black thunder crashing around him, struck her with such speed that even she couldn't react. The sheer velocity, far beyond human limits, caught Xiaoring off guard, allowing his attack to land. However, contrary to expectations, it was Xiaogek's expression that hardened. In that fleeting moment, he realized. Xiaoring had raised her hand, dispersing the force of the blow. Xiaogek clenched his teeth, panic flickering in his mind. My only chance is now. He knew it. He knew what the thunder deification meant for the Golden Mane tribe. Even after receiving power from him, Xiaogek had never been able to reach that realm. It made his insides churn. What surged within him was not just inferiority, but fear. He had craved that realm more than anything. He had sacrificed his entire family without hesitation, even intending to offer his own sister as his vessel. And so he already knew. Now that Xiaoring had reached that realm, he could never win. That's why I have to kill her before she fully adapts to the thunder deification. Xiaogek's eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed his mana. The overwhelming power granted by him devoured his body, granting him strength he could never have achieved on his own. But power without purpose comes at a price. The excessive strength, beyond his limits, began to not only consume but collapse his very flesh. Yet he wielded it without hesitation. The power bestowed by the great sin of pride had allowed him to overwhelm most of the world's strongest beings. But it was nowhere near enough to reach that golden god. All it did was buy him a little more time. No matter what, I'll kill her before she adapts. Consumed by prideful mana, Xiaogek became black mana incarnate, shooting forward towards Xiaoring. And with that, black thunder and golden lightning rained down across the entire colony. Obsidian lightning shattered the world. Golden lightning etched itself into the heavens and earth. Amidst the chaos, "It's ready," Alan muttered quietly, gazing up at the sky. In truth, Alan shouldn't have been able to participate in this battle. Xiaogek was recklessly overclocking his power, even at the cost of his body, to kill Xiaoring, while Xiaoring was fending off his onslaught. There was no way Alan could keep up with their speed. That's right. To him, this battle was nothing more than a natural disaster, filled with deafening thunder, golden lightning, and black storms. He simply lacked the ability to step into their world. However, Alan could still calmly observe the situation. Thanks to the lingering traces of mana left behind by their clash. The mana residue from their battle provided him with valuable insights. His recent focus on magical research, especially on mana patterns based on seals, had been a great help. While he couldn't fully grasp the entire situation from the lingering mana alone, he could still gather key information. The two most crucial facts were: The Apostle of Pride is overexerting himself to deal with Xiaoring, and Xiaoring hasn't fully adapted to her awakening yet. Alan stared into the void. He still couldn't see clearly. Only mana fluctuations appearing and dissipating, allowing him to infer patterns. After taking a steady breath, "Who?" Alan formed a seal. As mentioned, Alan couldn't participate in this battle. It was impossible. At least it would have been for the Alan of the past. He looked up at the sky again. Amidst the scattered mana residues of the two Golden Mane tribe members, his own mana had quietly spread. Though not yet fully manifested, his mana drifted invisibly through the air. Mana typically required manifestation to take form. But Alan had broken that convention, drawing out almost all of his mana from his mana haul, leaving only the bare minimum, was thanks to his recent research with Penia. Through exploring mana pattern transformations based on seal structures, he had discovered new forms of mana molecules. This allowed him to control his mana in its molecular state without manifesting it, anchoring it in the air. And with ample preparation time, Alan had managed to scatter his mana across the entire battlefield. Of course, due to the lack of abundant mana, its density was inevitably low. But that was enough for now. After all, Alan's goal wasn't to deal with Xiaogek. Expansion, Chinese letter, but simply to create a brief opening for Xiaorang. Rumble. As Alan muttered, the mana molecules he had scattered began to expand all at once. In that fleeting moment, Alan could see it. Xiaorang, dragged out of the battle by the suddenly expanding mana in the air. What the? And Xiaogek, striking at her in that very instant. Without a moment to spare, Alan spoke the next incantation. Point Chinese letter. The expanding mana instantly converged onto Xiaogek. However, boom! The magic Alan had prepared for minutes, holding his breath, was completely shattered with nothing more than an irritated kick from Xiaogek. A single blast of black thunder erased all the mana Alan had expanded. A crushingly futile situation for Alan, unfolding in less than 2 seconds. Yet a crooked smile crept behind his expressionless face. 2 seconds. For him, 2 seconds wasn't even enough time to properly cast a spell. But for Xiaoring, 2 seconds was more than enough to deal with Xiaogek. Alan didn't take his eyes off the sky. There, with an expression of horror, Xiaogek looked upward. Rangcheng, Chinese letter. And descending from above. Thunder Dragon's Descent, Chinese letter. A golden dragon. Ruoer. The world turned white. Shortly after, a crater, impossibly wide and deep, had formed there. And at its center stood Xiaorang. Her thunder deification had faded, and she gazed silently downward. At her feet lay the Apostle of Pride, Xiaogek, with a massive hole in his heart. Stupid, really. Despite having his heart pierced, leaving no chance of survival, Xiaogek glared at Xiaorang with wide, furious eyes. You'll regret this, little sister. You'll definitely regret the day you discarded the powers I arranged for you. You'll regret it. Xiaogek's desperate screams. But Xiaorang remained expressionless as she lifted her leg. I don't need any of that. Greg. She crushed his head as if she no longer needed to hear another word. I've already gotten what I wanted. Watching as Xiaogek's body crumbled to dust, as if he had never existed, Xiaorang turned her gaze. Ah, master. She spotted Alan and tried to run toward him. Thud. But collapsed immediately. Alan rushed over to check her condition. My body won't move at all. Xiaorang's carefree remark, despite having just fallen, made Alan let out a small sigh of relief. It's probably because you overexerted yourself a bit. Is that it, Master? Yes. Xiaoring nodded briefly as if that made sense, then softly whispered, Thank you, Master. All of a sudden, yeah, you taught me how to use thunder deification. Thanks to you, I was able to kill him. Thank you, huh? Alan was silent for a moment before speaking. Xiaoring. Yes, Master. Are you okay? About what? You care deeply about your family. Xiaoring smiled at his question. A bitter smile Alan had never seen before. But, yes, Master, I do cherish my family. But you know what? This time, a bright smile appeared on her face. I'll never do something that makes me lose something even more precious. I'm not a fool. Hearing her resolute words, Alan realized something without even meaning to. He had been perceiving her just like Sialgek had, through his own assumptions. Just as Sialgek still saw Xiaoring as the naive, weak child from 10 years ago. Alan had been viewing her as one of the 5 great sins from psychedelia. Even though they'd shared memories and experiences, he had still clung to that bias. Not as Xiaoring, who now showed him a bright smile and had become the first Baba Yaga of the colony, but as a character who could always become one of the 5 great sins in the game. But now he understood. Xiaoring was no longer a mere in-game villain or someone Alan needed to cautiously watch over. She was someone who valued her family with her life, but could still make necessary choices without hesitation. In some ways, she had grown stronger and wiser than Alan himself. I see. Alan chuckled softly without realizing it, feeling lighter inside as he looked at her. Master, you can smile. Xiaoring looked up at him, with a face more surprised than ever before. It was faint, but it was a smile that touched the heart. Some time later, after hearing that Rhine had dealt with the scorpion, Xiaoring rested against a ruined wall to recover. Master, do that thing again. What thing? The ear thing. Why? It felt nice. Xiaoring giggled, and Alan gently pressed her ear without question. Closing her eyes slowly, Xiaoring spoke. Master, what is it? Thanks for worrying about me. Of course I'd worry. Really? Really? At his answer. I see. A small smile crept onto Xiaoring's lips. It was an afternoon where the setting sun could be seen beyond the broken walls of the colony, fading over the horizon. Chapter 154. The day after Sialgek's attack on the colony, the entire place was in disarray, looking as if it had just been hit by a bomb. Although Xiaoring had killed Sialgek and Rhine had stopped the scorpion, the damage sustained was far from insignificant. For starters, the city walls were gone. Buildings along the scorpion's path had collapsed into ruins, and the area around Xiaoring's guild had been devastated by Xialgek. Moreover, over 50% of the royal palace within the colony's inner city had crumbled due to the scorpion's rampage, leaving the atmosphere inside the palace understandably grim. In the midst of this chaos, first, let me express my gratitude, Marquis Palacio. We've received your help once again. It's nothing. The credit belongs to Xiaoring, not me. Alan was having an audience with Carmex's I. Likewise, I thank you as well, Rhine Graf. Truly thank you. Oh, it's nothing. I was only able to act because of Godfather. Godfather, are you referring to Marquis Palacio? Yes. Carmex's shifted his gaze back to Alan. Wasn't Marquis Palacio with Xiaoring? Well, once that monster started causing trouble, I figured the Marquis wouldn't want to be inconvenienced. Rhine smiled and Carmex's sighed heavily, realizing with a resigned expression, ah, she's one of those types too. It was already the fourth time he had sighed since meeting Alan. After suppressing his frustration, he finally spoke again. Apologies. As you can imagine, the situation is quite the headache. I understand. Alan sympathized with Carmex's I. For the king of the colony, this entire ordeal had been nothing short of a disaster. A natural disaster, really, one without anyone to blame. As a result, the financial damage to the royal palace alone would be astronomical, even when accounting only for restoration costs. Of course, there were options that didn't involve spending beyond palace repairs, but those weren't exactly ideal. In short, the king's mind was likely overwhelmed with stress. He'd have to revise the government's annual plans and scramble to reallocate the budget for the rest of the year. Alan silently offered a brief moment of sympathy for the king. Soon after, he left the temporary audience chamber and made his way to the ruined palace's center. Marquis, what is it? Is it really okay for us to collect the corpse like this? Evan, walking behind him, asked the question. Despite having been near the battleground where Sialgek and Sialring fought, Evan didn't have a single scratch on him. Alan stared at him intently, prompting Evan to tilt his head in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just still amazed you're completely unscathed. Did you expect me to be injured? Well, not exactly. Of course, Alan knew why Evan was perfectly fine. He said he broke through a window and escaped the moment he heard the commotion outside. Alan found himself once again impressed by Evan's quick decision-making, then belatedly answered his question. In most other kingdoms, I wouldn't be sure, but in the colony, there's a tradition that grants all rights to the one who slays the monster. So, yes, it's allowed. Is that so? Probably. To be honest, he wasn't entirely certain of the tradition, but it had been mentioned a few times in the game, so he wasn't wrong. Anyway, thanks to Rhine, Alan had secured the rights to the scorpion's corpse. Before long, they arrived at the site where the body remained. Wow, I saw it before, but it's still ridiculously huge. Indeed. They stood before the enormous corpse of the scorpion, which filled most of the courtyard. Its head was half crushed, lying lifeless. Rhine. Yes, Godfather. You said you took it down in one hit. Not exactly one hit, Godfather. Its outer shell was sturdier than I expected. She added that it probably took about 3 hits. Alan looked back at the scorpion. Should I be impressed that it held out that long, or that Rhine managed to take it down? In fact, Alan had been quite surprised when he first heard that Rhine had defeated the scorpion. Taking down such a beast was no easy feat. Although not as large as Rickrichammer, the scorpion's claws secreted an incredibly strong acid that could melt through any weapon. Moreover, the dozens of venomous stingers it fired from its tail were instantly lethal if even one hit its target. The sheer volume of projectiles alone made it deadly, and even surviving those attacks meant facing the risk of severe poisoning. In other words, the scorpion was, in some ways, an even tougher boss than Rickrichammer. The reason Alan thought the scorpion might have just endured well was because of what happened the night before. When Alan, dumbfounded, asked how she managed to defeat the scorpion, Rhine casually summoned Pluto. If this thing withstood 3 hits from Pluto, then maybe the monster was impressive after all. Just imagining Pluto's massive fists slamming into the ground was enough. Amazing, it's not a creature that can be easily taken down. Alan praised Rhine once again. Oh, it's nothing. It's thanks to the power you gave me, Godfather. Honestly, I'm still not fully familiar with how to use it. I can only summon it about 3 times before reaching my limit. That's you not fully knowing how to use it. Yes, right now, I only know the activation phrase and some basic controls. So, if you eventually learn to fully use it, could you summon the weapon itself? Maybe. Hearing that, Alon felt an odd sense of envy. That's kind of cool. Clearing his throat to regain focus, Alon asked, "Are you really okay with me taking this corpse?" "Do whatever you like, Godfather. It's useless to me." Grateful for her easygoing permission, Alon approached the massive corpse. Meow. As he neared the body, close enough to touch it, Blackie emerged from Xiaoreng's grasp. Unlike when playing with Xiaoreng, Blackie's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation as it stared at the corpse. It glanced at Alon, tilting its head as if waiting for permission. Unlike last time, when it absorbed a monster without asking. Seeing this, Alon thought, is Blackie getting smarter? If Blackie absorbs the corpse, will it also absorb the Sin artifact? Truthfully, Sin artifacts weren't items Alon needed to acquire personally, as long as they didn't fall into the hands of the 5 great sins. After a moment's thought, Alon gave Blackie a slight nod. S. Blackie immediately darted toward the corpse and began absorbing it. The massive body turned to dust in an instant. Hug. Evan, witnessing this for the first time, was stunned, while Ryan watched with interest. Before long, Blackie had completely devoured the corpse even faster than it had with Rickrakammer. With a satisfied meow-meow sound, it climbed back onto Alon's shoulder, rubbing its head affectionately. The artifact wasn't absorbed. Where the scorpion's body once lay, a gray exoskeleton armor remained. Alon had successfully acquired the artifact of pride. A few days after retrieving the artifacts, once Alon confirmed that Xiaoreng had recovered to some extent, he began preparing to leave the colony. He had already completed everything he needed to do, and since he planned to visit the colony again in 2 months anyway, there was no reason to stay longer. I should have pretended to be sick a bit more. While Alon and his party were getting ready to depart, Xiaoreng grumbled with her tail drooping. Alon gently coaxed her. "I'm planning to visit again in 2 months." "Really?" "Yes." When Alon nodded, Xiaoreng quickly regained her bright smile and stood right in front of him. "Master, do that thing for me." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Looking down at her childlike face, Alon now naturally pressed both of her ears gently. Xiaoreng hummed a tune, clearly in a good mood. Since the Xiaolgek incident, Xiaoreng had stopped asking for head pats and instead preferred this gesture. Alon complied without complaint. A conversation they had a few days ago flashed through his mind. "Xiaoreng." What is it, master? Why do you keep asking me to cover your ears?" Tilda, you know, it just feels nice. I can feel your heart." "Heart?" "Like how I cherish you, master. It feels like you cherish me too." "Is that so?" "Yep." "Cherish, huh?" Lost in thought about their conversation, Alon suddenly became aware of a sensation on his own ears. Xiaoreng was reaching up, struggling to cover both of his ears with her small hands. "What are you doing?" "I wanted you to feel it too. To feel that I'm cherished." "Yep, do you feel it?" Amused by her playful smile, Alon let out a small chuckle. "What are they doing?" Evan appeared, looking at them with disbelief, and Ryan stood nearby, visibly annoyed. And then, "Master, see you in 2 months." "Yeah." With Xiaoreng's cheerful farewell, Alon left the colony. The second office of the Marquis Palacio, essentially used as Pinia's laboratory, was usually incredibly noisy. Every day, without fail, it echoed with various terrifying screams, the furious shrieks of a woman mixed with the sorrowful wails, or rather, cries of a man. Because of this, the office had earned the grim nickname, the Room of Despair, among the staff, though no one found it particularly funny. But today it was unusually quiet. Not even the usual clattering sounds or the noise of something being tightened could be heard. It was so eerily silent that it would have shocked anyone familiar with the place. Of course, Pina did have a visitor. But even so, was it possible for that Pina Chryson to be this quiet? She was someone who maintained the same attitude regardless of who came to see her. The servants of the Marquis household glanced curiously at the so-called room of despair from afar. Inside were two women, not the usual Chryson siblings. One of them was Pina. Normally, if things didn't go her way, she'd take it out on Felon and curse like a sailor, omitting even the title of Marquis from her tirades. But now, she was silently darting her eyes around, deliberately avoiding making eye contact. In front of her stood, "Hello, Pina Chryson, the Cardinal of the Holy Kingdom. I sent you a letter, but you never responded." A figure now rumored to be one of the top 3 most powerful people within the Holy Kingdom. So I decided to come in person. Yusha Blutia stared at Pina Chryson, her crimson eyes glowing faintly. Chapter 155. Pina Chryson lived in the flavor of her own importance. Although she acted like a hooligan, displaying her temper as she pleased, this didn't mean she was stupid or dull. In a word, she was well self-aware. Pina had a good grasp of her own situation, so the reformative letter wasn't much of an issue for her. The letter was a source of fear only for nobles involved in political life, but there was no reason to fear if one wasn't entangled in political ideologies. Unless one were to commit absurdities like human experimentation, associated with heretics. Moreover, the Kingdom of Saints also made an effort not to easily antagonize the people from the Mage Tower. Fighting each other would benefit neither side much. Thus, even when Pina heard that Cardinal Yusha had come looking for her because of the reformative letter, she was nonchalant, and had even hoped for a small slip of the tongue when she first heard of the Cardinal's visit, perhaps to relieve some stress from the workload piled up by Marquis Palacio. So she looked at Yusha with eyes full of venom, at least until Yusha stepped into the room. But the moment Yusha entered and looked at Pina with a casual expression and a deep smile, Pina couldn't help but adjust her posture. In a fleeting moment, she saw something behind Yusha. She couldn't see it clearly. But one thing was clear, it was the same type as that. The thing that Marquis Palacio wore on his back. Something that people must never recognize. Recognizing it meant one could gain everything in the world, but it would also mean having to sacrifice one's life. It was a poisoned chalice. Unknowingly, Pina began to sweat coldly. That being there meant the person before her was not just some cardinal, but something entirely different. Thus, why is there such a thing behind the Cardinal of the Kingdom of Saints? Why? Feeling fear and confusion, Pina said, "Sorry." "What?" Suddenly apologizing, Yusha had Pina staring blankly. "As the Vice-Tower Master of the Blue Tower, I thought it might be difficult to converse without revealing this briefly. I didn't realize it would scare you this much." "Sob." She hiccuped. "You don't have to react like that. I'm not here to harm the Vice-Tower Master." Despite Pina's state, Yusha still wore a calm smile. Then she slowly raised her index finger to her lips and whispered, "You know, this is a sensitive matter." "Yes, of course, I am tight-lipped. Yes, very much so." Pina nodded her head as if mad. "That's very good." "Yes, yes." Unlike when she was grilling Felon, Pina, with a servile smile plastered on her face, cautiously opened her mouth. "But may I know the reason for your visit?" "Ah, just heard some interesting rumors." "Interesting rumors, you say?" At Pina's question, Yusha laughed. "Yes, Some interesting rumors about our Vice-Tower master and Marquis Palacio. Rumors. At that, Pina immediately realized what Yusha was referring to, and simultaneously, her survival instincts, which had started to sound an alarm, miraculously summoned a crumpled memory tucked away in a corner of her brain. Specifically, the rumor that Marquis Palacio and Cardinal Yusha were closely linked. Realizing this, Pina closely observed Yusha's expression. Surely she was smiling, but not really. Her mouth might have been curved into a smile, but her eyes were cold. Pina frantically struggled for survival. That's absolutely not true. Is that so? Yes, absolutely. That's just a rumor, absolutely, definitely. Yet, you hadn't denied those circulating rumors before. No, I've denied them all now, recently. There won't be any such rumors in the future, really. Pina earnestly explained. Whether her explanation was effective or not, the shadow in Yusha's serene smile seemed to gradually lift. Seeing this, Pina, realizing her lifeline was slowly opening, became even more determined and continued her words. However, I don't really have such a taste for the Marquis. Right. He always has that expressionless face, you know. I don't really like such people. What? Maybe that was too much. What? What did you just say? Yusha's face, which had been smiling pleasantly, suddenly grew cold. Pina belatedly rolled her eyes and opened her mouth. That. Pina began sweating profusely. Why must she suffer so much because of Marquis Palacio? Suddenly she felt a surge of sadness, almost bringing tears to her eyes. But the next moment, Vice-Tower Master, Pina couldn't help but be startled. Just moments ago, Yusha had been sitting across from her, but now she was unexpectedly beside her, gently placing her hand on Pina's shoulder. Pina momentarily froze and wanted to scream, but she managed to keep her mouth shut with hiccups instead. It's good to show your innocence, but that statement was a bit over the line, wasn't it? Sob. Answer. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll let it pass this time, but next time you know. Thud. I'm a bit short on patience. Soon, Yusha whispered in her ear with a chilling voice. All right, Vice-Tower Master, let's get along well from now on. Yes, understood. Well, Marquis Palacio does have his admirable aspects, ha ha. Pina replied with an awkward laugh as Yusha stood up. But does that mean you wanted a certain kind of relationship with Marquis Palacio? Yusha's face started to harden again, and Pina had to quickly add more to her statement. No, it's not like that. The Marquis is handsome, but that's not really my type. So the Marquis is not your type? No, it's not that. He definitely is a handsome man. He's not your type, but you're interested because he's handsome. No, that's not it. Pina felt as if she was trapped in an endless cycle, feeling indescribable anger and injustice. This crazy woman, what on earth does she want me to say? But as Pina was very self-aware, and felt painfully that she could not oppose the being in front of her. I'm sorry for being alive. She could only bow her head. It was a peaceful afternoon. 3 days later. Ha, it's my victory. You crazy. Meow. As Alon was crossing the desert, he observed Evan, Basilira, and Blackie gambling excitedly from the driver's seat. What on earth are they playing? He soon rummaged through his belongings and pulled out the scorpion gauntlet he had captured. Like the artifact he had given to Yusha, it was powerless and glowing a pale white. The apostle. It was the first time Alon had seen an apostle. They didn't even appear in games. But one thing was certain, they were powerful. If Xiaoreng had not awakened, it would have been us who suffered. Alan felt a deeper need to delve into magic research. Not just because of the grotesque cleanup, but soon he had to prepare for the apostles that would start appearing. Judging coldly, if all apostles possessed that level of power, it would be virtually impossible for Alan to stop them. If he couldn't stop them, the apostles would eventually create sin. Fortunately, Alan had people to help him with his research, and he had already thought of ways to enhance his magical abilities. The only concern was the information about the apostle. There's nothing known about them. Unfortunately, no one knew about the apostle. Neither Asking Rhine nor the dragonkin he had visited during his stay in the colony yielded any different information. The most he had learned was that someone who had survived the war might know something. Thus, Gilris. Alan recalled that name once more. To the Golden Dragon, he was a mage. But now he had appeared as a goblin outer god. Once I get that item following a Libin, I should go meet him right away. Apart from knowing how to use the Dragon of Darkness, there was another reason to meet Kilris. As he was organizing his thoughts, Marquis. Alan turned his head at the sound of Evan's voice. What is it? I realized I hadn't given this to you. Evan pulled a glass bottle from his bosom and handed it over. What's this? He asked as he received the bottle filled with black powder. From what I hear, it's the powder of the apostle's corpse. What? Was it Sialring's secretary? That person had given it. Following the explanation. Why would I want this? Alan looked bewilderedly at the finely divided powder of the apostle. In the southernmost part of the continent, in a dense forest touched by the hands of elves instead of humans, lay the sacred land. Deep within what the elves called Grainifra lay the elven kingdom of Fildegreen, the dreamy country of elves built around the World Tree. And in the massive palace right below the World Tree, in the center of that kingdom, you found Raygreen's blessing. Yes, your majesty. A man, or rather, Pyrian, who had dropped his human disguise, bowed his head and reported to the queen. I hadn't thought it would be possible, but you've done something truly great, Pyrian. The elf queen Magrina, her voice mixed with surprise and pride, her bright platinum blonde hair flowing down to her waist, praised him. Pyrian bowed even deeper and continued. Thank you, your majesty. However, there's something I must tell you. What is it? Raygreen's blessing. It wasn't me who found it. It wasn't you, Pyrian. Yes, it's that. Carefully nodding, Pyrian began to recount the events that had occurred in Lartania, and as Magrina listened to Pyrian's words for a while. So this Marquis Palacio not only instantly recognized your identity, but also informed you of the location of Raygreen's blessing. Is that what you're saying? Yes. The room with Raygreen's blessing was made like Fagate's hideout. No one else had entered there besides me, and as I mentioned, there was a message written inside. I hope it reaches my sibling well, wasn't it? Yes. Magrina looked at the blessing brought by Pyrian with a disbelieving expression and fell silent for a moment. Her voice began to tremble slightly. So, Pyrian, are you suggesting that this Marquis Palacio might be the ancient elf, my older brother? I can't be certain, of course, but considering he easily discerned that I was part of Fagate and led me to Raygreen's blessing, it must have been him. Magrina lost her words again, because Pyrian's reasoning made sense. However, she couldn't judge the Marquis based solely on this fact. Originally, as Magrina knew, the ancient elf and her brother had died hundreds of years ago. She knew well that the dead do not return. Amid the continuing silence, I will quietly check and come back. Turning towards the voice, there stood an elf wrapped in a mage's robe, Filda, Magrina's personal mage. Is it possible to confirm that? There isn't a lack of methods, As you know, my eyes are a bit special. Ah. Magrina inadvertently let out a gasp. Filda possessed the spirit eyes, capable of seeing souls. If so, confirming the identity of Marquis Palacio would be an easy task. Then please proceed. I understand. I will go with Pyrian. As soon as their task was decided, Filda and Pyrian promptly bid farewell and left. Watching the backs of the two elves. If my brother really is alive. She clenched her fist. She knew it was logically absurd. Yet in her eyes, there flickered an unmistakable light of subtle hope. Chapter 156. Spiritual Realm. The Dragonkin, who had sealed themselves away and been imprisoned for 1,000 years, long past mere centuries. QA. Shut up already. While modifying an artifact for Elan in real time, they pondered about the black thing clinging behind Elan. What in the world is that? By sealing themselves, the Dragonkin had lost most of their power. Even their name and abilities had been scattered somewhere in this world when they sealed themselves, leaving them even weaker. And yet the Dragonkin could still see the two eyes behind Elan. Because the divinity they had possessed since the age of forgotten gods made it possible. A being that can interfere with eternity. Unlike the blue one, the black one actively interfered whenever they tried to speculate about it, without Elan noticing. With overwhelming power. That power, it made their entire body shudder. Even though they were in a spiritual form. Just by scattering its residual echoes, it could erase their very existence without hesitation. A terrifying force unlike anything they had ever encountered before. In truth, even if it hadn't threatened them, there was little the Dragonkin could deduce. However, despite their lack of understanding, it didn't seem like the Black One intended to harm the last remaining mage in this world. Even if they couldn't grasp that enigmatic existence completely, some intentions could be inferred through its actions. No, it almost seemed like it was helping. In the end, the Dragonkin let out a heavy sigh. Even if they wanted to imagine what it was, they had far too little information. And so, just what is that thing, that he carries something so terrifying behind him? Muttering softly, they could do nothing but drift blankly through the spiritual plane. About 2 weeks later, as they neared the end of their desert crossing. Godfather, I think I'll be heading back now. Is that so? Yes, my work here is done, and there's something I need to take care of. You seem to have a lot to do. At Elan's words, Ryan let out a small chuckle. Most things are handled by my capable secretary, so I'm not that busy, but there are still some things I must do myself. Like preparing a gift for you, Godfather. A gift for me? Yes. Elan was momentarily puzzled, but responded nonetheless. I don't need anything too extravagant. It was true. Though he had felt just a tiny bit disappointed when no one had prepared a gift for his last birthday, that didn't mean he was expecting anything grand. Of course, a bigger gift would be nice, but ultimately, what he truly wanted was for someone to remember his birthday. No, this is something I genuinely want to give you. Is that so? Yes, I want to give you a gift you'll never forget. If you insist, I won't stop you, but don't overdo it. I won't. Rhine slowly shook her head. I want to build a relationship with you too, Godfather. A relationship? Yes, like Sialring. Why is Sialring suddenly being brought up here? After a brief moment of contemplation, Elan spoke. Sialring or you are both like family to me. Is that so? Yes, if you're preparing a big gift just because of that, you really don't have to. No matter what you think, I truly see both of you the same way. He cared equally for all of the 5 great sins. Then do it for me too, that thing. That thing. Yes, the one you did for Xiaoreng. Unlike before, Ryan was now being surprisingly direct. Alan hesitated for a moment, but then placed his hands gently over her ears. A brief silence. Tilde, thank you. At the end of it, Ryan smiled once again. Are you satisfied? Yes. Then that's good. A simple exchange. Yet the commotion around them grew. What is that? It seems meaningless. You're so clueless. Well, I guess a snake without hands wouldn't understand. Ha, another human brat acting up. So do you know what it is then? Of course. What is it? I don't know. Didn't you say you knew? I lied. Basilira stared at Evan with an expression that clearly said, "This bastard." As they watched this nonsensical exchange, they finally emerged from the desert. Well then, I'll be off now, Godfather. All right, I'll visit sometime. I'll come see you on your birthday. Alan parted ways with Rhine. And after his carriage had traveled far into the distance, Rhine turned around. The relationship between me and Godfather isn't just that. She whispered softly. I want something deeper than anyone else. Her jade-green eyes shimmered faintly. More than anyone. She walked forward quietly. Alan arrived at the Marquisate of Palacio's territory about 2 weeks later. And the moment he saw the estate. Is this really the Marquis estate? He couldn't help but be shocked. He had only been gone for a month, yet the estate had grown even larger and more magnificent. Wow, that was fast. It's only been a month, but everything's changed so much. Is this thanks to magic construction? Magic construction? Yes, apparently if you have enough money, you can hire mages to rapidly build structures. I see. Only then did he understand why the estate had changed so dramatically in such a short time. And when he stepped inside the house. Hello. Are you all right? I think I'm fine, maybe not. There stood Pina, looking utterly exhausted. Did something happen? She looked like she had been wrung dry and completely withered. Feeling a little uneasy, Alan asked. Pina gave a self-deprecating smile. A lot happened, Then, as if she had suddenly realized something, she snapped back to attention. Nothing happened. She hurriedly corrected herself. Yes, really, absolutely nothing happened, right, of course. As Pinia's energy suddenly dropped, her movement slowing, Alan briefly wore a strange expression. But soon he understood why she looked so utterly exhausted. Wait, did you actually finish all of this? Didn't you tell me to do it before you left? Looking at Pinia's resentful expression, Alan shifted his gaze back to the research journal she had brought. It was so thick it could practically be classified as a legal textbook, making Alan's mouth slightly part in astonishment. No, what I meant was just a preliminary summary. What? I clearly said to just compile the magical array, sums according to the formula. But isn't the combination method included in the sum? No, it's not. What, then what the hell have I been doing this whole time? Pinia's face went blank with despair. Alan felt a little guilty. Even though he hadn't explicitly instructed her to do all this, the fact remained that she had put in a tremendous amount of effort. Wondering if there was any way he could compensate her, Alan suddenly let out a quiet ah and spoke. Would you like to take this, if it's all right with you? He handed Pina a glass vial. What's this? Her eyes filled with exhaustion, injustice, and frustration, now fixed on him with suspicion. Alan awkwardly met her gaze. I heard it's a very high-quality catalyst. A high-quality catalyst? Yeah. He wasn't entirely sure of its effects. He was just repeating what Xiaoreng's secretary had told him. Well, Ryan seemed to think it was incredible too. So he figured it should serve as a decent reward for Penia. She took the vial with a doubtful expression and carefully infused a bit of mana into it. Gasp! She immediately recoiled in shock. Where did you get this? Why? Penia's voice trembled, and even Alan was puzzled by her extreme reaction. This is unbelievable. Even in the twisting forest, this would be impossible to find. It's an absolutely incredible catalyst. With this, I could finish experiments I hadn't been able to complete. No, I could repeat them at least 5 times over. Muttering rapidly to herself, she clutched the vial tightly, her previously resentful eyes now shimmering with excitement. It was as if all her prior suffering had been wiped away, replaced with the thrill of listing all the magical experiments she could now attempt. Tilda. As she even started letting out a strange giggle, Alan was once again reminded that she was, at her core, a born magician. Does this count as compensation? Yes, yes, absolutely, more than enough. Watching her twirl around in place like a child given a kitten, Alan recalled something the servants had mentioned earlier. Now that I think about it, I heard Yusha came to see you. Did anything happen? A casual remark. But, thunk. Penia abruptly froze in place. She stiffly forced herself to move, like a broken machine, and answered in a forcedly cheerful voice. Yes, of course, nothing happened at all. Really? Yes, absolutely nothing happened, not at all. Her response was incredibly awkward. I should get going. All right. Yes. With her eyes suddenly welling up with tears, she hastily fled the room. What exactly happened? Watching her retreating figure, Alan could only wear a puzzled expression once again. About 2 weeks after the Marquis of Palatio had returned. Outside the land of the elves, Grainifra, Filda, and Pirian arrived near the Palatio Marquisate. Tilda. You seem to be in a good mood. Pirian glanced at Filda, who was humming happily. Filda nodded. Of course, I much prefer wandering through human towns over staying in Grainif. That's an unusual preference. It's called curiosity. Instead of locking myself in a room to research magic, I'd rather travel the world while doing it. Is that so? Yep. But isn't what you actually do just lounge around and drink? Is that so? That's fun too. Even as Pirian pointed it out, Filda leisurely took another sip of her drink. Pirian watched her with skepticism, then shook his head slightly and continued speaking. By the way, Lady Filda, have you ever seen the primordial elf? Nope. But the soul eye allows you to see souls. If you've never seen the primordial elf soul, how do you distinguish it from others? Filda pondered for a moment before giving a simple answer. I don't. Excuse me. I don't distinguish them. What? Pirian's expression hardened. So, does that mean you lied to Her Majesty? Seeing his reaction, Filda chuckled. Lied, no way. There's a method, of course. And what method is that? Listen closely. The soul is always structured to match the body perfectly. If a soul doesn't belong to its body, there's a mismatch. So if I just check for a soul that doesn't align with its body. That's it. Filda casually took another sip from her bottle. Though honestly, I think the chances of that happening are less than 1%. That rare? I've never seen it happen before. Then isn't the probability effectively zero? You're the one who was suspicious, weren't you? Pirian remained silent for a moment, then came to a realization. You just wanted an excuse to leave, didn't you? Maybe a little, but hey, I am checking, aren't I? Filda let out a bizarre laugh, making Pirian's eyes turn cold. And this woman is supposed to be a mage of the ninth circle. He sighed, but only for a moment. We've arrived. Oh, this is it. Still tipsy and in a good mood, Filda flicked her fingers. With that, the distinct elven spirit magic activated, and a hidden magic formation silently spread around the outer walls of the marquisate. Seeing its immense scale, Pyrian let out a low whistle. A moment of silence followed. Then, with her eyes closed, Filda suddenly spoke. Found him. A playful smirk crossed her lips. At that moment, the magic formation projected an image of the Marquis of Palacio inside his office. Now then, let's take a closer look, Tilda. With a lazy voice, she activated the soul eye. And then, Pyrian saw it. The face that had been smiling just moments ago suddenly froze with an expression of pure horror. And he heard it. The soul doesn't match. A whisper of disbelief slipping from her lips. Chapter 157. Among the elves of Grainifra, Filda was the greatest magician, and she possessed a natural gift, soul eyes, ko youngin, enus, which allowed her to see the souls of all beings, from the smallest of creatures to the most powerful. As long as something was alive, it would naturally have a soul, and she could see them all. However, she never paid much attention to this so-called blessing. First, because she wasn't a necromancer who dealt with souls or dark magic. Second, because she had never found souls particularly interesting. While every individual's soul was slightly different, it wasn't usually distinct enough to be fascinating. A soul was just a soul. Of course, when she was very young, she had seen gods and foreign deities with unique souls, but that was only because they were gods. For ordinary living beings, souls were all more or less the same. That's why Filda had been completely shocked when she saw the soul of Marquis Palacio. Because his soul resembled the souls of gods she had seen in the distant past. Unlike a typical soul, which appeared as a blue sphere, his was faint but tinged with radiant gold. That was something no ordinary human could ever possess. A golden soul meant one of two things. It was either a being close to divinity or a god itself. And there was one more thing that stunned her. The soul doesn't match. Marquis Palacio's soul did not belong to his body. Filda had never seen anything like this before. As she had told Pyrian, every soul is meant to fit its body perfectly. But the Marquis's soul, while appearing to belong, actually did not. In other words, the soul inside this body was not originally his. As soon as she realized this, countless questions flooded Filda's mind. The first voice that came to her thoughts was Pyrian's voice, suggesting that Marquis Palacio might be the primordial elf. Could it really be? Until now, Filda hadn't taken Pyrian's words seriously. She had come here more for an excuse to escape the boredom of Grainifra than because she actually believed the Marquis might be the primordial elf. But now she wasn't so sure. The soul she saw within the Marquis shone brighter than anyone's. Like the legendary primordial elf who had been worshipped as a god. A soul that did not match its body. As if it were telling her that someone else had taken over that body. Filda stared at him blankly, her mind spiraling with even more questions. But if he really is the primordial elf, why is he hiding his identity? From Filda's perspective, if Marquis Palacio was truly the primordial elf, there was no reason for him to conceal it. Even if he had possessed a human body, proving his true identity shouldn't have been difficult. Why? Just as her confusion deepened, she noticed it. Something writhing behind Marquis Palacio. Instinctively, her gaze shifted toward the movement. And then, it vanished, as if it had never existed. But Filda had caught the brief distortion in space. Determined to confirm what lurked behind the Marquis, She activated her soul eyes once more, drawing upon her mastery as a high-ranked mage. And what she saw? Ah, a black abyss. No, it wasn't an abyss. It was an eye. A pupil so vast it swallowed her entire vision, an abyssal eye. And then, be silent. A voice ripped through her mind. Oh, yeek. Filda vomited blood. Lady Filda. Perion, utterly shocked, rushed to support her. But the blood wouldn't stop. It gushed not only from her mouth, but also from her eyes, nose, and ears. The price for seeing something she should never have seen. Lady Filda, stay with me. Perion desperately tried to rouse her. But Filda, still choking on her own blood, collapsed into the crimson pool she had created. As she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, she realized something. The reason the primordial elf never returned to Grainifra. If that thing were to reach the world tree. Filda recalled the thing she had glimpsed for only a fleeting moment. She didn't know what it was, not even a fragment of its true nature. And she knew she should not try to find out. But there was one absolute truth she had understood. Under no circumstances must that thing go near the world tree. Her instincts screamed louder than ever. Even more than the being sealed beneath the roots of Pagade, this thing was far, far worse. At the same time, another realization struck her. The primordial elf had died fighting the black entities. As pieces of memory resurfaced, her mind began assembling the true picture of what had happened. And then, Perion. Yes, it seems your words. Filda swallowed, still struggling to speak. They might be true. You mean, that man? Filda confirmed it to Perion. He might really be the primordial elf. Perion's eyes widened to their limits. Meanwhile, should I hit left or right here, shoo? Just hit already, damn it. Left, right, here it goes. Smack. Jaya. Ahaha, that was perfect. Again, do it again. Alon stared at Evan, who was cackling madly as he swung his hand, coated with his black companion, at Basilira's head. And Basilira, who had taken it personally, was furiously demanding another round of the game. I can't believe they're having this much fun with just a simple game of chop, chop, chop. Shaking his head, Alon was yet again baffled by their boundless energy. 2 weeks later, exactly 1 month after Alon's return to the Marquisate. You've worked hard, Marquis. As Alon dissolved the magic formula, Penia spoke beside him. How was it this time? I think I've reached about the 4th stage. That's promising. But from the 5th stage onward, the density becomes too high and the molecular structure collapses. At this rate, your original plan might be difficult to achieve. Is there no solution? I think either we need to pour in a lot more mana, or we need to adjust the density accordingly. Let's try again. After taking a brief breath, Alon straightened his posture once more. For the past month, he had been delving into the study of seals alongside Penia. Their main focus was on the structural changes and molecular combinations caused by the overlapping of seals. The more precisely the seals were layered, the more complex and novel structures emerged. Though he hadn't succeeded yet, he had even discovered a method to manipulate a spell's molecular structure to resemble another, drastically amplifying its power. His research into magic was progressing quite successfully. That was close this time. Was it? Yes, the structure was just slightly misaligned, so it failed. Let's stop here for today. Understood. With today's training session over, Alon immediately reached for a sweet potato and took a bite. Do you really like sweet potatoes, Marquis? Pina asked cautiously. Alon nodded. Yeah, I suppose I do. Don't you get tired of them? I don't think so. To be honest, even Alon himself didn't quite understand why he never seemed to tire of eating sweet potatoes, no matter how many he consumed. Normally, I'd be sick of something after eating this much. He examined the sweet potato in his hand with a curious expression. Maybe it's just because Yusha brought them. They do taste better somehow. He remembered how Yusha had visited Pina while he was away a month ago and left these sweet potatoes behind. Thinking of that gesture, he finished his bite. Upon returning to his office, Alon patted Blackie, who was sprawled out asleep on his desk, before taking his seat. Marquis, what is it? Evan followed him inside almost immediately. The kingdom's grand ball is in 2 months. Will you be attending? It's already that time. Yes. After a moment of consideration, Alon nodded. I suppose it wouldn't do to keep skipping it. I'll attend this time. I'll make the necessary arrangements then. Ah, right. Weren't you planning to go somewhere soon? Yeah, I'll be moving out soon. The time had finally come. By now, the tutorial phase should be wrapping up, and all of the main party members should have gathered. This is the perfect time to join Alibin naturally. Alon glanced outside. The weather was gradually shifting from the warmth of spring to the heat of summer. Using the changing seasons as a rough estimate of where the protagonist should be in the story, Alon calculated his next move. All right, time to go get that thing. Having made up his mind, exactly 1 day later. Marquis, you have a visitor. A noble. No, he introduced himself as a Libyan. The Libyan. Yes, he specifically requested to meet you. Alibin, the protagonist of Psychedelia, had come. On his own. Beyond the Raxus Sea, on the peninsula. That concludes my report. I see, so that's all I need to know. Yes. As Yuna finished her report, Raiden was about to rise from his seat when... there's one more thing I need to tell you. Hello? Her words made him pause in confusion. Something you forgot to report. No, not quite. It's more of a personal matter. What is it? It's about the Great Moon. Is someone speaking ill of the Great Moon? At the mere mention of that name, Raiden reflexively grabbed the trident beside him. His body leaned forward as if ready to charge out at any moment, but Yuna quickly calmed him down. No, nothing like that. Then what is it? Well, now that she actually had to say it, Yuna found it difficult to phrase. The Great Moon was pouting, no feeling left out. She couldn't find the right words, but since she had already brought it up, she decided to just be direct. And so she explained about the Great Moon's birthday. His birthday. Yes, while the Great Moon showed no outward reaction, so he may not have cared, Evan brought it up, so I thought. Raiden tapped his fingers on his desk in thought before grinning widely. All right, when's the date? September 20th, that's what I was told. 4 months from now, huh? Yes. Good. Raiden stood up immediately. Where are you going? Pausing for a moment, he replied. What do you think? I need to go find a gift worthy of the Great Moon. A gift worthy of the Great Moon. Yeah, and I know just the thing. With excited strides, he left the office. Meanwhile, after hearing about this from Yuna, Hidden passed the information to Deus. I see. Yes. All right, I've made my decision. You mean the gift? Yes, I'll gift the Great Moon a grand statue. That's going to be expensive. I'll just take the funds from the second prince. Deus, with a completely serious expression, began spouting nonsense of unimaginable proportions. And very obvious nonsense at that. You don't just personally want the statue, do you? From the start, it was you who told Yusha about my previous statue, which then, no, never mind. In the middle of his sentence, Deus suddenly averted his gaze. Following his line of sight, Hidden turned as well, and realized he was looking at the spot where his old statue used to stand. Then, Hidden was stunned. Just how obsessed is he with statues? Chapter 158. A temple stood atop an unknown foundation. Within that eerie, alien landscape, three figures shrouded in dark robes sat, their faces obscured. Wow, is pride really dead? Tusk, what an idiot. Everything has its time. One spoke in a tone of surprise, another in sheer disdain. The third remained silent. They were none other than the apostles of the five great sins, peers of the fallen apostle of pride. It's kind of amusing, really. He even received power from that one, yet he still got killed by some outsider trash. Ridiculous. The apostle of greed leaned on their hand, eyes filled with contempt. XXXX. The apostle of sloth clicked their tongue, as if utterly unable to comprehend. He got cocky. It had only been 10 years since he received power, and he barely knew how to use it, but his arrogance was sky-high. Yeah, that's true. Utterly arrogant. Oh, was it because he was the apostle of pride? Even so, it's still strange. He was the weakest among us, sure, but the fact that someone out there was capable of taking him down is unexpected. Naturally, their conversation shifted toward a particular individual. The one who had defeated pride. Sloth nodded. I didn't expect it either, though of course it wouldn't have mattered against me. That's true. Greed acknowledged it without argument, then shifted their gaze toward Wrath. So Wrath, what are you going to do now? What do you mean? A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed from within the shadows of their hood. Pride's death had broken the seal on their domain. For the first time in centuries, they were free to leave. What he means is exactly what he said. The barrier is down, we can go outside now. So what's your plan? I'm thinking. That's so. Yeah. A defensive response. Greed thought for a moment before casually remarking. Is there even a need to think? We just have to go reclaim it. Wrath remained silent. You don't feel like answering, huh? Greed shrugged as if it couldn't be helped. Well, since everyone's doing whatever they want, I guess it's time for me to make my move. You're leaving. Now that the barrier is gone, there's no reason to stay here. I have to check on the seeds and make sure they're properly maintained. Greed grinned and rose from their seat. Well then, I don't know when the rest of you will come out, but see you all on the outside. With that, they left. Watching Greed disappear, Sloth also stood up. Guess I'll head out too. You as well. I'm still considering it, or rather, I'll wait and see how Greed handles things. If there's anyone who can clear obstacles in our path, it's him. Sloth too vanished. Wrath remained seated in silence, staring at the now empty space where the other two had once stood. Marquis Palacio's office. Hello, Count. I mean Marquis. Yeah. Alon studied the youth before him, one who had grown so much compared to when they had first met. He definitely looks like the protagonist now. When Alon had first met Alibin, the boy had still been a child. But now, he undeniably looked like Alibin from the game. He really is good-looking. No wonder the game always depicted him as a pretty boy. Alon found himself evaluating Alibin's appearance purely on instinct. But the real reason he had even thought about Alibin's looks was the people standing behind him. 2 women, 1 man. Yan, Bina, and Ralph, if I remember correctly. A mage, a rogue, and a warrior. Alon recalled how Alibin had recruited them in the original storyline. Yan was the first to join Ilibin's party, a mage from the Blue Tower whom he had met while traveling with a merchant caravan. Yan had agreed to join simply because Ilibin had helped gather magical materials for her. Bina the rogue was the second. Ilibin had run into her in the next town over as a pickpocket. And as ridiculous as it sounded, she had been described in the game as a very promising young thief. Her reason for joining Ilibin's party: he had caught her stealing and then let her go. It was hilariously flimsy reasoning for a serious RPG like Psychedelia, and the community often joked about it. Most of the early party members, except Ralph, the one other guy, had extremely weak motivations for joining Ilibin. That led to frequent discussions online about how Ilibin must be an absurd-level alpha male. Alan casually observed the two female party members behind Ilibin and immediately noticed it. Holy shit, the joke was real. Yan and Bina's gazes were blatantly filled with admiration for Ilibin. For a brief moment, Alan felt the sheer unfairness of the world. But he quickly cleared his throat and focused. So what brings you here? Well, Marquis, I actually need your help. Would you be willing to assist us? My help? Yes, you once told me that if I needed assistance I should ask, but would that be too much of a bother? Alan immediately shook his head. Not only had he really said that, but even if Ilibin hadn't asked, Alan had already planned to help him anyway. Ilibin was growing fast, and soon there would be a lot he needed help with. What do you need? It's about the Abyss Gate. The Abyss Gate. Yes, there's one we need to deal with soon, but it seems too difficult for just our party. I was wondering if we could request your assistance. Ilibin let out a good-natured laugh, but Alan frowned slightly. At this point in the story, the next Abyss Gate Ilibin was supposed to tackle should have been well within their abilities. Wait, wasn't this the one I was planning to go to myself? Alan thought for a moment. Then it clicked. Ah, right. In the original storyline, this gate was supposed to be extremely dangerous, so they originally planned to request support from Asteria. But things went sideways and they never got back up. Alan recalled the game's events and nodded. Normally, they would have requested help from the nearest noble's territory, but since Ilibin actually knows me, he came straight to me this time. That worked out perfectly. I'll go with you. The Marquis himself. Yes. Wow, I was actually just hopping to borrow a few soldiers, but this is even better. Thank you. Ilibin bowed deeply. It's nothing. I said before that I'd help you, didn't I? As for when we leave, no reason to delay. Let's go tomorrow. Without hesitation, Alan set the departure date. After directing Ilibin's group to their rooms for the night, Alan returned to his office, only for Evan to approach with an incredulous expression. Wait, that guy, he's that kid from a few years ago, right? The one you kept helping. Yeah. Wow. Evan's jaw dropped. And then, in a hushed voice, the world is so damn unfair. Alan sighed. Honestly, I agree. Ilibin was too ridiculously good-looking. Right. HMPH, your personality suits your face perfectly. What the hell did you just say, you bastard? Am I wrong? As Basilira let out a mocking laugh, Evan scowled, then suddenly let out a gasp as if realizing something. Wait a second, Marquis, that guy, Ilibin, now that I think about it, isn't he a chosen one? Chosen one? Ah, well, yeah, he is. Alan had momentarily forgotten about that setting. I kind of ignored that aspect after the early part of the story, but yeah, that was a thing. The Chosen One, a title given to those who could close the abyss gates plaguing this world. In other words, the role was akin to a hero in other games. Alibin had received the title after closing a massive abyss gate in his hometown during the tutorial, thanks to Cyrnus' blessing. By now, even the 5 great kingdoms should have officially recognized his status. Was that why Yusha visited a month ago? Alan recalled how Yusha had briefly stopped by his territory and left. It dawned on him that she had likely gone to Terran to formally appoint Alibin as a chosen one. Just as Alan was piecing things together. Wait a second, so Marquis, did you already know that guy would become a chosen one? Evan's voice carried clear suspicion. Alan hesitated, unsure how to answer. But before he could respond, "No, never mind, you don't have to answer." "Why not?" "Because it's not like this is the first time you've known things you shouldn't. I just accept it at this point." "Is that so?" "Yep, no matter what weird things happen, it's not like you're suddenly going to change. I've gotten used to it." Whether it was indifference or trust, Evan simply shrugged and moved on. For some reason, Alan felt strangely touched by how naturally Evan accepted him. "I'll raise your salary." "Really?" And just like that, Evan felt touched too. Meanwhile, in Alibin's quarters. Thanks to Alan, Alibin's party had comfortable lodging for the night. "Whoa, this is amazing. Tilda, it's been so long since I've slept on a real bed." The moment they entered their room, Bina and Ralph immediately threw themselves onto the mattress, rolling around in pure bliss. This is the taste of nobility." They happily rubbed their faces against the soft blankets. Unlike them, however, Yan was frowning. She turned to Alibin and spoke in a grumbling tone. "Alibin, did we really have to come here?" "To Marquis Palacio." Well, we needed support, didn't we?" Alibin's answer was simple and casual. But Yan's frown didn't fade. "But this means we'll have to share the Abyss Gate rewards with the Marquis." Yan's real problem. It was all about the loot. Alibin's party had already cleared 3 Abyss Gates, and they knew firsthand how valuable the rewards were. As a mage, the artifacts and materials obtained from those gates were especially valuable to Yan. She did not want to split the profits. However, Alibin simply smiled, his usual good-natured grin. "Don't worry too much, Yan. You never know what might happen. When we got this request, they did say it was really dangerous. I still think we could handle it on our own. Better safe than sorry, right?" But still, Yan still wasn't convinced. Alibin, awkwardly scratching his head, sighed. He knew Yan wasn't great at expressing herself. And so she continued grumbling. "I just don't like the Marquis. He's always so expressionless. I can never tell what he's thinking." As usual, she vented her complaints before glancing at Alibin. And then, Yan froze. Alibin was smiling. But the smile on his lips was different from the one she was used to. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes weren't. "Chill." A sudden shiver ran down Yan's spine. "Yan." Alibin's voice dropped to a low, quiet tone. "Why, yes." Yan stammered as Alibin stepped toward her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Then bringing his glowing face right in front of hers. "I don't think you should talk about the Marquis like that. Don't you agree?" His deep blue eyes locked onto hers. It was definitely Alibin. And yet in that moment, Yan felt an eerie fear creeping through her. She instinctively swallowed dryly. "Am I bad, Alibin? I think I was just being too selfish." Slowly, almost mechanically, she apologized. Alibin's grip on her shoulder tightened for a moment before finally loosening. "It's okay, Yan. Just be more careful next time, all right?" He smiled again, a bright, radiant smile that only made his already stunning face even more mesmerizing. However, Yan felt something terrifying beneath it. The next day, let's move out. Yes, sir. With that, Alan and Alibin's party departed for the Abyss Gate. Chapter 159. The next stage of the dimensional runes, known as the ruin. This refers to a state where the distortion of dimensions occurs more intensely than with the dimensional runes. Ruin is divided into two forms, external ruin and internal ruin. The distinction lies in the time of creation. If the creation time is short, it is classified as an internal ruin. If the creation time is long, it is categorized as an external ruin. The degree of overload also varies depending on this time difference. When the ruin takes the form of an internal ruin with a short creation time, monsters do not emerge from the ruin. In other words, as long as someone enters and clears the ruin, it can be closed without causing any harm. However, if the ruin is left unattended for a certain period, a phenomenon called overload occurs, where monsters pour out of the ruin. Depending on the type of ruin, specific species, or monsters emerge, designating all living beings on the continent as enemies until someone closes the ruin. Come to think of it, didn't this cause a duchy to collapse? Depending on the choices, even Ashtalon was destroyed because of it. Alan sighed softly as he recalled various pieces of information. Looking at it like this, by the time the psychedelic world reaches the starting point of the original story, it's complete chaos. The 5 great sins, outer gods, and the 4 great powers all intricately intertwined. Of course, the 5 great sins were ultimately the most critical element. Even the dimensional runes and ruins were said to have occurred due to the 5 great sins. What kind of structure is this? Alan thought back to the settings he had seen in the game, but shook his head after some contemplation. He couldn't deduce the connection between the ruins and the 5 great sins. Well, Alibin will handle the ruins anyway. Alan looked at the man before him. Constantly smiling as he chatted with his companions, he appeared to be a genuinely likable person. In other words, he truly looked like a protagonist. Marquis, do you have something to say? Alibin had turned his head to meet Alan's gaze at some point. Maybe I was starring too openly. After some hesitation, Alan decided to ask something he had been curious about. I was wondering something, may I ask? If it's you, Marquis, of course. Alibin straightened his posture as he responded. The excessive reaction left Alan feeling slightly flustered. You don't have to go that far. No, please speak freely. Ahem. Impressed by Alibin's courtesy, Alan began his question. I've heard you became a chosen one, is that correct? Yes, that's right. It might sound strange to ask, but what drives you to act? In truth, Alan's curiosity was genuine. In psychedelia, players who become chosen ones move autonomously and choose their storylines. While the chosen one receives the special mission of handling the ruins and a minimal guideline, most players do not follow it. This is because the guideline is sparse, and as ruin phenomena occur simultaneously in multiple places over time, players are forced to make choices. For this reason, Alan was curious. What drives Alibin's actions, and what criteria does he use to make his choices? Ahem. After some thought, Alibin smiled. For them, of course. Is that so? Yes, I believe I must act for their sake. I've been blessed by them after all. Unconsciously, Alan nodded. It seems he follows the original purpose of a chosen one, though his devoutness is somewhat surprising. Then again, maybe it isn't surprising at all. Of course, even without Cyrenea's blessing, Alibin's talent was already extraordinary. However, receiving Cyrenea's blessing and becoming even stronger was undeniable, so Alan simply nodded in agreement. Maybe I should use this opportunity to form connections with Alibin's other companions. He then turned his gaze to those standing beside Alibin. The three companions who followed him were all incredibly talented and would later become renowned throughout this world. It wouldn't hurt to establish a rapport with future luminaries. The only issue was, why does that one seem to be glaring at me with such wary eyes? One of them, Yan, seemed to be watching him with oddly sharp eyes. It wasn't blatantly obvious, but Alan, who had grown accustomed to such looks after attending countless banquets, felt puzzled. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with her. On a steadily warming early summer day, the holy kingdom of Rosario, which served the goddess Saturnia, had been peacefully flowing along without major incidents since the last outer god event. However, that was only from an external perspective. Internally, two significant and unsettling events were taking place. The first was the Pope's reclusion. Since the appearance of the artificial outer god, the Holy Kingdom's Pope had not shown himself. In other words, he had been in the prayer room for over a year. No pope in history had stayed in the prayer room for such an extended period, prompting the cardinals to personally visit him numerous times, only to fail each time. It was physically impossible. From the moment the artificial outer god appeared until now, a golden barrier had surrounded the Pope's prayer room continuously. As a result, no one had been able to see the Pope since he entered the prayer room. However, the second issue was even more problematic than the Pope's absence. Since the incident with the artificial outer god, the voice of the goddess Saturnia had completely ceased to be heard. Inside the saint's chamber, Euman let out a heavy sigh as he gazed at the statue of Saturnia. The goddess statue, which always glowed white light during his prayers, had been utterly silent for over a year. Why on earth? A sense of unease and confusion clouded Euman's face. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't guess why he could no longer connect with the goddess Saturnia. Did I commit some irreverence toward the goddess? No, I've been using my divine power properly. Euman stared at the golden divine power flowing from his fingertips. His divine power had certainly not vanished. If anything, it had grown stronger compared to a year ago. Yet despite this, the goddess Saturnia remained silent to his words. And it wasn't just him. The goddess had stopped responding to anyone. What's more, since the goddess's silence, no new individuals capable of wielding divine power had emerged. It was as if the goddess had withdrawn her blessings from her followers. There had been previous occasions when the goddess's communication had been severed for over half a year. But never before had there been a case where no new priests were ordained. Could something have happened to the goddess? Mulling over this recurring concern, Euman left the saint's chamber. "Oh, my saint, how are you?" "Cardinal Yusha." "Yes." He soon encountered Yusha. Looking at her with her enigmatic smile as always, Euman asked, "So, did you meet with the Chosen One?" "Yes." Was he truly someone blessed by the goddess Saturnia? "Of course, that's why I acknowledged him, isn't it?" Euman murmured slowly. "That's a lie." "What makes you say that?" "This is a matter handled with utmost secrecy among the cardinals, so the information hasn't leaked outside, but you are aware, aren't you? Currently, the goddess has not spoken to anyone. Furthermore, no one has received her blessing since." Despite Euman's logical remark, Yusha's smile remained unchanged. She only slightly narrowed her crescent-shaped eyes. "Who knows, Saint, perhaps Saturnia is offering her special care exclusively to the Chosen One, just as she does with you. Given that the connection to the saint's chamber closest to the goddess has been severed, you must know that is impossible." Euman's pointed observation. Yusha did not reply. She continued to gaze at Euman with her narrowed eyes. "Let's discuss this later. It's time to attend the meeting, isn't it?" Are you evading the question? Not at all, but time's up, so I'm merely moving on. She walked past him. Human stared at her with wary eyes for a moment before quietly following behind. Alibin was it? He thought about the chosen one Yusha had chosen. Real or fake, he wasn't sure. About a week and a few days later, Alan arrived at the ruin near the Duchy of Altia in northern Asteria. The Duke of Altia asked me to visit, so I suppose I should stop by after dealing with this ruin, and I should also try using this. After glancing at the Oath of Lemuel, which he had acquired in a deal with Pyrrhion in Lartania, Alan shifted his gaze to the entrance of the ruin, which shimmered violet. It's massive. Though he had seen it in the game, the entrance to the ruin was far larger than he expected. Was it always this big? Though puzzled, shall we go in? Let's do it. Alan began walking into the ruin, following Alibin. Are we really supposed to go in here? Evan, looking anxious, hesitated. But Alan moved forward without hesitation. Even Evan, after a moment of hesitation, squeezed his eyes shut and stepped into the ruin. And soon, wow! Evan let out a deep exclamation. The scenery within the ruin was stunningly majestic. It really is impressive. Even Alan couldn't help but admire the breathtaking view within the ruin, though he maintained a neutral expression. The atmosphere was more surreal and dreamlike than anticipated. A violet sky, a hallmark of the ruin, stretched endlessly. Below it, a violet fortress stood tall amidst rugged mountains. So this is the Ironblood Citadel, as the name of the ruin surfaced in Alan's mind. Thunk! He realized something had embedded itself in the ground not far away, looking over. What is that? Living armors, it seems. He spotted living armors turning away from the fortress and charging toward the intruders with murderous intent. There were at least hundreds of them. In the game, their level was only around 10, so at this point, you're supposed to avoid fighting them and sneak through a side path directly into the fortress, but Alan's lips curled into a small smile. As someone well acquainted with the Ironblood Citadel, he saw no need to flee. Once I wipe out these enemies here, there won't be many living armors inside the fortress. Besides, dealing with these will help Alibin's party grow stronger. For Alan, this was a chance to cast spells without worrying about conserving his mana. The situation wasn't bad at all. He began forming hand seals. It was also an opportunity to test the results of his magical research over the past 2 months. Krieg. The living armors began readying their bows in response to Alan's actions, but he wasn't concerned. He already knew that living armors prioritized attacking their targets before moving, and that their movements were slow. As Alan calmly prepared to recite his incantation, zing! Alibin suddenly darted forward, incredibly fast. Then, reaching the line of living armors who had knocked their arrows, Alibin wasted no time unsheathing the sword at his waist. Crash! In an instant, dozens of living armors before him were reduced to piles of scrap metal. Completely powerless. Are you all right, Marquis? Alibin turned back and urgently asked, concern evident on his face. Above Alan's head, countless thoughts churned. Among them, level 10, wasn't it? One thought in particular stood out. Chapter 160. Alan had anticipated that Alibin might be stronger than expected. When Althaltus first appeared in the north, he met Alibin years earlier than usual, providing him with various items to facilitate his growth. The items Alan handed over to Alibin at the time were difficult to come by, so it was only natural for his growth to surpass the average. However, no matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like level 10. to think that his strength would far exceed imagination. He glanced down at the crushed living armors before Illiben. Living armors were monsters that were particularly troublesome for warriors to deal with, even if manageable by mages or clerics. Their characteristic was that they wouldn't stop moving just because their armor was dented. The armor serving as their body had to be completely destroyed to stop them. For this reason, most players raising Illiben as a warrior character would delegate battles in the Ironblood Citadel to Yan and clear the area using other characters as shields. Originally, this battle should have unfolded similarly. Yet, Illiben had single-handedly destroyed numerous living armors. Illiben let out a soft exclamation, perhaps realizing this belatedly. Alan naturally began estimating his level. Level 30. No, given that he's annihilating hundreds with a single blow, perhaps level 40. Considering Illiben's talent and blessings, that would make sense. He probably hasn't reached Sword Master, so level 50 would still be far off. While Alan was pondering this, Illiben, who had dashed off, returned with his characteristic cheerful laugh. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." "That's a relief. You're strong. With this level of strength, was my support even necessary?" When Alan pointed at the destroyed living armors, Illiben scratched his head. "I heard it might still be dangerous. To prepare for a worst-case scenario." "Yes, exactly. Now let's move forward." Without leaving room for further discussion, Illiben began navigating through the living armors. Alan's expression became peculiar. There was something slightly unsettling. If he's this strong, he shouldn't have been so anxious. If Illiben were the type to prioritize safety above all else, it might have been understandable, but he hadn't displayed such tendencies so far. After some deliberation, Alan decided to follow him. After all, they had business in the Ironblood Citadel. Then he suddenly noticed that Illiben's companions had stopped in their tracks, rooted in place. Once again, Alan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Illiben's entire party seemed extremely shocked. Every single one of them had their mouths agape, as if their jaws might fall off. The strange gate held many rewards. Though the lore vaguely linked it to the 5 deadly sins, in the game, the strange gate served as a source of weapons and artifacts for players, Illiben's party included. Particularly in the Ironblood Citadel they had entered, there were numerous items available for Illiben, who started as a warrior. However, acquiring them typically required significant effort. Without leveling up through grinding in Lartania right after starting the game, the protagonist would usually reach level 10 by the time they arrived at the Ironblood Citadel. At that level, it would be challenging to defeat the living armors. Players were forced to lure the living armors into separate rooms and take them down one by one. Of course, that wasn't necessary now. Alan scanned the corridors of the Ironblood Citadel, which they had been exploring for hours. Scattered everywhere were the remains of what used to be living armors. They weren't just slashed with swords, they looked as though they had been smashed to pieces with hammers. Alan silently observed the carnage before turning his gaze toward Illiben. The man in question let out his signature awkward laugh, as if embarrassed. Standing beside Alan, Evan quietly whispered, "Marquis, speak. Frankly, doesn't it seem like he doesn't need any help?" "I agree." Though Illiben had requested assistance, Alan hadn't had a single opportunity to use magic since entering the Ironblood Citadel. Or rather, he had tried to use magic. "Marquis, are you all right? Marquis, are you hurt? Marquis." Every time he prepared a spell, Illiben would rush forward and destroy all the living armors. It was as though he was overprotecting a child at risk near water. Naturally, Alan found this troubling. There were items he needed to obtain in the Ironblood Citadel, and contributing to the party would allow him to claim artifacts without hesitation later. Does he want to monopolize everything? For a moment, Alan entertained the thought, but he quickly shook his head. Based on the lore and Alibin's actual demeanor, he didn't seem like the type. Rather, his personality suited a traditional heroic protagonist more than a dark fantasy character. Marquis, are you all right? Before he realized it, Alibin had approached him again. Snapping out of his thoughts, Alan replied, "You don't need to worry so much. As you can see, I'm unharmed." "That's true. By the way, you don't have to handle everything on your own. I'm strong enough to deal with them as well." "Ah, yes, I understand. It's just a habit and it's hard to hold back." "A habit?" "Yes, I just get worried." At last, Alan began to understand the situation. He can't stand seeing his comrades get hurt, huh? Given Alibin's personality, Alan thought it was possible and nodded, but then a thought crossed his mind. "Still, your comrades seemed quite surprised when they looked at you." "And extremely so." Alibin hesitated for a moment, then scratched his cheek with a troubled expression. "Actually, I've been deliberately pretending to be weaker than I am." "Pretending to be weaker?" "Yes, the goddess advised me that my comrades also need to grow." "Ah." "So they were probably surprised because this is the first time I've shown my full strength." "I see." "Yes, in this case, I revealed more of my strength than I usually do because of that initial army." "You overdid it a bit." "Yes, that's right." Alan nodded again. Now he understood why Alibin's comrades had been so astonished earlier. "That's why I'm always grateful to you, Marquis. Thanks to your support back then, I was able to become this strong." "I'm glad I could help." Seeing how much more Alibin had grown than he expected, Alan felt a sense of pride. "But you can take it easy. I don't need to be protected to such an extreme degree." "I'll keep that in mind." Alibin's reply was energetic. "Well, not that it matters since only the boss monster remains." They had almost reached the end of the battle. And with only the boss monster left, I should be able to use my magic. With that expectation in mind, Alan began walking through the Citadel's halls, bathed in the faint purple glow of the sky. Before long, the group reached the final destination. Eventually, what they faced was Rumble, a dark night. Unlike other living armors whose armor, pauldrons, and swords floated separately, this one was fully clad in jet-black armor. It rose from its spot as if to welcome the intruders, and whoosh! It swung a massive sword that looked heavy just from its appearance. Its dark coat billowed with the movement. Konkin, the Ironblood's left hand. The moment Alan saw it, he began forming seals. As per the nature of living armors, it charged madly toward the first attacker. In that tense moment, Marquis! Crash! Alibin shot forward and smashed the knight's head to pieces. Ah! Ah! Both Alan, whose opportunity was stolen, and Alibin, who realized his mistake, let out low exclamations at the same time. The land of elves, Grainifra, and the nation built above it, Fildegreen. A report was delivered to Queen Magrina, who ruled over the nation. "You're saying the things rising from the roots are increasing?" "Yes, recently their intensity has been unusual." "Are they in numbers too great for Pagade to handle?" "No, not to that extent." The face of the Pagade knight delivering the report was clouded with concern. "But as you know, this is something that hasn't changed for nearly 1,000 years. It's fine for now, but we don't know what might happen in the future." A brief silence fell. "I see. For now, continue to monitor the situation." "As you command." "Your efforts are appreciated." After dismissing the knight, Magrina was lost in thought when a visitor was announced. Your Majesty, Pyrian and Filda have arrived. Yes. Let them in. Setting aside her concerns, she welcomed the guests. We greet Her Majesty. We greet Her Majesty. Welcome, Filda Pyrian, but you don't look well. What happened? Could something have happened to the Marquis Palacio? Filda's complexion was pale. I am fine, Your Majesty. More importantly, there is something I must tell you. Did you investigate the Marquis Palacio? Yes. And, though Magrina didn't seem to notice, her hand tightened into a slight fist. After a moment of silence, Filda slowly spoke. First, let me clarify. What I'm about to say is largely based on conjecture. I did not speak directly with the Marquis Palacio. So he isn't the primordial elf, then. Her voice carried a faint hint of disappointment. But Filda, shaking her head firmly, declared, No. What? Yes, I believe that the Marquis Palacio is the primordial elf. That is to say. Like Magrina, Filda clenched her fist tightly. He is most likely Your Majesty's elder brother. What did you just say? Her eyes widened in shock at her unyielding statement, devoid of even the faintest hint of humor.